in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interest, prejudice, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel may be, to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Madam Clerk, please administer the oaths.
I, George Goddard, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will consciously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. I do affirm.
I, Dominic Fede, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. So help me God.
I, Leo Titus Preville, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just seeking some clarity about the configuration of the House today. We noticed that there are 6 members on the government side. Is it 6 or is there supposed to be 5 government members along with an independent?
Thank you. I can address that later, but it is 6. Remember, the Constitution of the House of the Senate is 11 members. So there are 6 government senators, 2 independent, and 3 opposition senators. So the configuration remains
So
as
the
is.
chair today, Mr. President,
Yes.
is an independent senator.
Yes. Good morning, senators. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motions and bills were passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. Motions: the Public Finance Act resolution of Parliament to invest in the International Finance Corporation, the Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditures, Section 1 of the Sir Julian R. Hunt Highway Project, Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure, expansion of the Sir Julian R. Hunt Highway Project, Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure, rehabilitation and upgrade of the Thibbles water supply system, Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee borrowing by the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority for the reconstruction of berth number 4 at Port Castries, Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure, additional loan to finance the Passias Community Water Supply Project, amended loan agreement, Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure to finance the implementation of the National Development Projects, Initiatives, and COVID-19 mitigation measures, Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure, Program for Education Realignment and Transformation Project, Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital expenditure, additional loan for Millennium Highway and West Coast Reconstruction Projects, amended loan agreement, and Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure to finance the John Compton Dam Raw Water Pipeline Replacement Project, the 9th Water Project. Bills, agreements on Series C Ordinary Capital Share Subscription and Immunities, Exemption and Privileges, St. Lucia Unplanned Development Regularization Authority. I wish to inform the senators that the Honorable Alvina Reynolds, President of the Senate, has traveled on official business in a capacity as Vice President of PAL Americas to join the PAL Americas parliamentary delegation to Washington, D.C. from March 16th to 20th, 2026. I have received apologies from Senator Elijah Norbert and Senator Dr. Angelina Polius informing of their unavailability to attend today's sitting. We welcome today, for the first time, Senator Preville, and returning Senator Goddard and Senator Fede. Welcome. On behalf of the senators and the staff of Parliament, I wish to formally extend my sincere condolences to Senator Matonia de Turville and her family on the recent passing of her mother, Mrs. Tekla Crescentia de Turville. In observance of International Women's Day 2026, and in recognition of distinguished women whose work has strengthened institutions, uplifted communities, and inspired national progress, the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice, Gender, Older Persons, Labor, Cooperatives, and Consumer Affairs honored Mrs. de Turville, who has been a highly respected business leader and certified management consultant, whose career spanned more than 4 decades of corporate leadership, executive coaching, and national service. Through her leadership in the private sector and her continued work in the leadership development and mentorship, Mrs. de Turville played a pivotal role in strengthening professional excellence and organizational transformation in St. Lucia. Of course, Mrs. de Turville has had a very close relationship as well with the Senate in particular of St. Lucia, being the wife of the late President Mr. Hilford de Turville, KC of blessed memory, and obviously of the mother of our current Senator, Latonia de Turville. On behalf of the Senate, I wish again to extend our condolences and to extend our prayers and well wishes to the family. A delegation from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International Headquarters met with the Parliament of St. Lucia on March 2nd to 6, 2026, as part of a CPA benchmark self-assessment exercise. This assessment was undertaken by Mrs. Chantal LaRoche, Director of Legal Services at the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and Mr. Jack Hardcastle, Good Governance Project Lead at the CPA headquarters. As part of the visit, the CPA delegation met with the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition and other members of Parliament, including both presiding officers and Parliament staff. The CPA team also held discussions with a range of other stakeholders, including the Electoral Commission, Attorney General, and Auditor General, in addition to representatives of St. Lucia's civil society groups and media outlets. Following the visit to St. Lucia, an outcomes report from the CPA benchmark self-assessment will be generated with recommendations for democratic reform to strengthen parliamentary institutions in St. Lucia. I wish to express thanks to all who took their time off their busy schedules to participate in this important exercise. A press release regarding St. Lucia's self-assessment exercise was published on the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association website, CPA News. On Friday, 6th of March 2026, the Women's Parliamentary Caucus organized a special meeting and lunch with young parliamentarians. The caucus met to finalize and adopt their charter. The young parliamentarians were invited to participate in the process. This was followed by a celebratory luncheon with caucus members and 14 female youth parliamentarians. Her Excellency, Dame Paulette Louisi, Governor General Emerita, was also in attendance as an honorary member. The ladies were addressed by Miss Chantal LaRoche, Director of Legal Services from the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. As part of the Parliament's digitization project, the Parliament of St. Lucia engaged with PopVox Foundation, a lead organization on such initiatives. Currently, many of Parliament's documents are largely in paper form. This makes for more tedious access and also places important and historical documents at risk of loss or destruction. The Parliament is therefore in the initial stages of scanning and filing these hard copies. The aim of this project is to make for easy access to parliamentary documents for members of Parliament, staff, and the general public. And finally, please join with me in noting that this is the final sitting of the Deputy Clerk of Parliament, Ms. Sharon Montoute. This is the last time she'll be sitting with us as she proceeds on pre-retirement leave in the next few weeks. Join with me in thanking her for her dedicated and selfless contribution to the work of Parliament. I'm often met with persons who congratulate me when I sit in the chair on the ease with which I conduct the business of the Senate. And I always take the opportunity to tell them and let them know that in fact the reason it looks so simple and effortless is the work of the clerks who have assisted greatly in ensuring that the Senate runs smoothly. And Sharon in particular is worthy of praise and thanks for that. She took me under her wing when I first joined the Senate and ensured that I understood how things worked and that I would never look uncomfortable when I'm sitting here. So I wish to thank her personally for her assistance and on behalf of the Senate as a whole, and wish her all the best in her well-deserved retirement. Statements from ministers. Papers to be laid. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I beg to move the following statutory instruments standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 13 of 2026, Value Added Tax Act, Resolution of the House of Assembly to approve the draft Value Added Tax Alteration of Rate of Interest Order. Statutory Instrument Number 14 of 2023, Value Added Tax Act, Resolution of Parliament to approve the draft Value Added Tax Alteration 2026, sorry. Let me go again. Statutory Instrument Number 14 of 2026, Value Added Tax Act, Resolution of Parliament to approve the draft Value Added Tax Alteration of Rate of Penalty Order. Statutory Instrument Number 15 of 2026, Price Control Amendment Number 3, Order. Statutory Instrument Number 16 of 2026, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 3, Order. Statutory Instrument Number 17 of 2026, Tourism Development PYF Management, Peter and Yasmin Felicier Management Limited, Order. Statutory Instrument Number 18 of 2026, Firearms Fees Amendment Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 19 of 2026, Value Added Tax Alteration of Rate of Interest Order. Statutory Instrument Number 20 of 2026, Value Added Tax Alteration of Rate of Penalty Order. Statutory Instrument Number 21 of 2026, Tourism Development Amelia Boat Tours Order. Statutory Instrument Number 22 of 2026, Tourism Development ATV Experience Order. Statutory Instrument Number 23 of 2026, Tourism Development Jazz Dip Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 24 of 2026, Tourism Development Valley Villas Order. Statutory Instrument Number 25 of 2026, Tourism Development Oceanica Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 26 of 2026, Tourism Development Tomties Villas Limited Order.
Motions. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Further, Mr. Deputy President, I beg leave of the Senate to move that motions 1, 2, and 3, which relate to water projects, be consolidated and presented together for the consideration of the Senate.
Senators, the question is that leave of the Senate be granted to move that motions 1, 2, and 3, which relate to water projects, be consolidated and presented together for the consideration of the Senate. And I'll put the question. As many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
As many of a contrary opinion say no? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Can I, for the purpose of today, since you're presiding, refer to you as Mr. President?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you very much. Whereas it is provided under Section 63(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Chapter 15.01, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided under Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow an amount of $22,829,181, the loan, from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, to finance the John Compton Dam Raw Water Pipeline Replacement Project, the 9th water project. And whereas the amounts of the loan are from A, the ordinary capital resources totaling $15,690,407 United States dollars, comprising of United States dollars $10,609,407 from the bank's equity and market resources, and $5 million US from the Agency Française de Développement. The special fund reserve, the special fund reserve totaling $7,138,774, comprising of $5 million US from the Special Development Fund and $2,138,744 from the Italian line of credit. And whereas the loan is repayable in the case of the ordinary capital resources and the Italian line of credit in 17 years, and in the case of the Special Development Fund in 30 years, and whereas the repayment must be in the following tranches. In the case of the ordinary capital resources and the Agence Française de Développement, in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each new date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 5 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. B, in the case of the Special Development Fund, in 120 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 5 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. And in the case of the special fund resources, in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 9 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. And whereas a commitment fee is payable on the ordinary capital resources portion at a rate of 1% per annum and is payable quarterly from the 16th day after the date of the loan agreement. And whereas interest is payable quarterly at a variable rate of 5.6% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resources portion, the fixed rate of 0.75% per annum on the Special Development Fund tranche, and a fixed rate of 1.4% per annum on the Italian line of credit tranche. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $22,829,181 US, the loan, from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, to finance the John Compton Raw Water Pipeline Replacement Project, the 9th Water Project. Be it further resolved that the amount of the loan is from the ordinary capital resources totaling $15,690,407 United States dollars, comprising of $10,609,407 US from the bank's equity and market resources, and $5 million US from the Agency Française de Développement. The special fund reserve totaling $7,138,774, comprising of $5 million US from the Special Development Fund and $2,138,744 from the Italian line of credit. The loan is repayable in the case of the ordinary capital resources and the Italian line of credit in 17 years, and in the case of the Special Development Fund in 30 years. The repayment must be in the following tranches. In the case of the ordinary capital resources and the Agence Française de Développement, in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 5 years following the date of this loan agreement, or on such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. In the case of the Special Development Fund, in 120 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 5 years following the date of this loan agreement, or on such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. In the case of the Special Fund resources, in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 9 years following the date of this loan agreement, or on such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. And a commitment fee is payable on the ordinary capital resources portion at a rate of 1% per annum and is payable quarterly from the 16th day after the date of the loan agreement. Interest is payable quarterly at a variable rate of 5.6% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resources portion. The fixed rate of 0.75% per annum on the Special Development Fund tranche, and a fixed rate of 1.4% per annum on the Italian line of credit tranche. Resolution 2. Whereas it is provided under Section 63(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Chapter 15.01, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided under Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund, and whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow an amount of $4,233,750 the loan from the CARICOM Development Fund to finance the rehabilitation and upgrade of the Thebes water supply system. And whereas the loan is repayable in 10 years, commencing from the end of the 2 years grace period. And whereas the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal quarterly installments on the 30th of March, the 30th day of June, the 30th day of September, and the 30th day of December. And whereas interest is payable at a rate of 3% per annum, be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $4,233,750 the loan from the CARICOM Development Fund to finance the rehabilitation and upgrade of the Thebes water supply system. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 10 years commencing from the end of the 2 years grace period. The loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal quarterly installments on the 30th day of March, the 30th day of June, the 30th day of September, and the 30th day of December. Interest is payable at a fixed rate of 3% per annum. Resolution number 3. Whereas it is provided by Section 62(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Chapter 15.01, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government, and whereas it is further provided by Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund, and whereas by virtue of the Public Finance Management Act of Parliament, to borrow for expenditure to finance the Passias Community Water Supply Project, published as Statutory Instrument Number 151 of 2023, Parliament authorized the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $1,203,224 the original loan, to finance the Passias Community Water Supply Project, the project. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to amend the loan agreement, A, to borrow from the CARICOM Development Fund, the fund, an additional amount of $781,493 the additional loan, to provide financing for the additional cost of the project. B, to state that the original and additional loan are repayable in 10 years commencing from the first due date. C, to state that the original and additional loan are repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. D, to state that the loan payments commence on the 30th day of March, the 30th day of June, the 30th day of September, and the 30th day of December of each year, after a grace period of 2 years following the due date of the first disbursement, or such later date as the fund specifies in writing, and to state that the interest is payable at a rate of 3% per annum on the amount of the original loan and additional loan disbursed and outstanding. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to amend the loan agreement to borrow from the CARICOM Development Fund, the fund, an additional amount not exceeding the amount of $781,493 for the purpose of providing financing to meet the additional cost of the Passias Community Water Supply Project. Be it further resolved that the original loan and additional loan are repayable in 10 years commencing from the first due date. The original loan and additional loan are repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. The loan payments commence on the 30th day of March, the 30th day of June, the 30th day of September, and the 30th day of December of each year, after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the first disbursement, or such later date as the fund specifies in writing. And the interest is payable at a rate of 3% per annum on the amount of original loan and additional loan disbursed and outstanding.
Madam, just give me a second. Senators, just for the guidance of the chamber this morning as to how we're proceeding with regard to these three resolutions, the Leader of Government Business will present on all three resolutions simultaneously. We will debate them simultaneously, but we will vote on each one separately. Okay, so from this, she will present on all three resolutions. I will read all three again. Everybody will present, debate the three together, but then when it comes to the voting, I will put each resolution separately.
Mr. President,
Senator
just
Fede,
to
yes?
seek some clarity, since we're combining three motions and the allotment usually is 45 minutes per motion, is there any adjustment given in the time, or are we just sticking to the 45 minutes?
Well, I'd be grateful if you could stick to the 45 minutes, but yes, you would be entitled to a little bit more time given that we're debating the three motions together. But if we can keep it tight, considering the length of the order paper today, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. Leader of Government Business, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, these three water projects, these resolutions, seek approval from the Senate to borrow a sum not exceeding $27,844,424 US, or approximately $75,650,515.57 for three water-related projects, namely the Ninth Water Project, which involves the replacement and upgrade of the John Compton Dam raw water pipeline, which is in the sum of $22,829,181 from the Caribbean Development Bank. Rehabilitation and upgrade of the Thebes water supply system by the Water and Sewage Company, Inc., WASCO, for $4,233,750 US from the CARICOM Development Fund, and the Passias Community Water Supply Project in the amount of $781,493 US from the CARICOM Development Fund. Mr. President, as you are no doubt aware, St. Lucia continues to grapple with water woes and has been battered by perennial climate-related events such as Hurricane Thomas in 2010. This is coupled by aging infrastructure and damaged pipelines, especially along the John Compton Dam to the Thebes treatment plant at Cicero. Additionally, the main raw water storage capacity for WASCO is the John Compton Dam. However, there is limited storage of treated water, which exacerbates the issues of water shortages faced by customers. We are all well aware of the situation with our water system. This government, Mr. President, is seeking to address the water situation, to curb the shortages that we experience, especially for those of us in the north of the island. And therefore, this loan financing for the Ninth Water Project will support the government of St. Lucia in undertaking the critical replacement of approximately 5 kilometers of raw water pipeline that serves the John Compton Dam, a vital water source for the northwest region of St. Lucia. This project will enhance water supply resilience and operational efficiency while addressing ongoing issues of leakage and pipeline failures, thereby improving water service to key areas such as Castries and Grosile. Mr. President, the John Compton Dam water supply system is central to the water supply of about 58% of the population of St. Lucia. The system includes the John Compton Dam, the Millet Intake, the Thebes water treatment plant, and various distribution and transmission mains. The existing 600 millimeter or 24-inch diameter pipeline installed in the 1980s has deteriorated significantly due to corrosion and wear, resulting in frequent leaks, service interruptions, and inefficiencies. This project aims to replace the outdated pipeline with a larger, more resilient 800 millimeter or 32-inch diameter pipeline to meet growing demand and enhance climate resilience. The pipeline replacement and associated system upgrades will ensure the reliability of the water supply, improve operational efficiency, and reduce non-revenue water caused by leakage. Mr. President, the project includes the following key components: the pipeline replacement, the replacement of 5 kilometers of existing raw water pipeline, which is crucial for conveying water from the John Compton Dam to the Thebes water treatment plant. Infrastructure enhancements, installation of bulk meters, and a supervisory control and data acquisition or SCADA system for better monitoring and management of water supply and transmission. Project management and construction. The project will involve a series of engineering services, construction-related services, and a dedicated project management team, including a project coordinator, engineers, and specialists in environmental safeguards, health and safety, and community liaison. Mr. President, this project is of vital importance for the island's water supply system. I cannot overemphasize that. The existing raw water pipeline has outlived its expected lifespan and is experiencing significant issues, including frequent leaks that disrupt water supply to crucial sectors such as public institutions, tourism, and businesses. The replacement and upgrade of the pipeline will improve reliability in that the new pipeline will reduce the frequency of shutdowns caused by leaks and failures. It will enhance climate resilience because the project will help mitigate risks posed by climate change, such as landslides and flooding, which have exacerbated the vulnerability of the existing infrastructure. Mr. President, it will support economic growth because a more reliable water supply will ensure the continued availability of water for key economic sectors, including tourism and agriculture. And it will reduce non-revenue water in that the SCADA system and bulk meters will provide real-time monitoring, helping to detect leaks and improve the efficiency of water distribution. Mr. President, the second loan of $4.23 million US from the CARICOM Development Fund will finance improvements carried out by the Water and Sewage Company WASCO to restore the Thebes treatment plant and bring it to the full capacity, as well as to modernize the outdated infrastructure. It will increase energy efficiency and automation, including the installation of a solar energy system and smart monitoring systems. It will support vulnerable communities through rainwater harvesting systems and public education, and ensure a reliable water supply to over 40,000 customers, including homes, businesses, and public institutions. This investment, Mr. President, will address current inefficiencies, climate change impacts, and rising national demand for potable water, contributing to St. Lucia's broader climate resilience and sustainable development goals. Mr. President, the rehabilitation of the Thebes water treatment plant is a national priority aimed at restoring and modernizing one of the country's most critical water infrastructure assets. The plant was built in 1993 and expanded in 2007. It is now operating at only 60% efficiency due to deteriorated components. outdated technology, and increasing pressure from climate change. This includes 6 of 10 filters are malfunctioning due to corrosion and obsolescence. Challenges from extreme weather events such as droughts and floods, rising electricity costs, and increasing national water demand. Mr. President, the proposed project seeks to address these issues through 4 key components. Component 1 will address the rehabilitation of the treatment plant. This will restore the plant to its original 10.8 million gallons per day capacity, replace deteriorated components, including filters and pipes, use durable materials with a 50-year design life, and improve the backwashing system to reduce water loss. Mr. President, Component 2 focuses on energy efficiency and automation in order to reduce operating costs by installing a 25 kilowatt solar energy system, upgrading to energy efficient pumps, and integrating remote monitoring and control systems via WASCO's SCADA network. Component 3, Mr. President, addresses rainwater harvesting and public education by installing rainwater harvesting systems in selected vulnerable households and communal facilities, and conducting national education and training campaigns on proper system use, disinfection, and maintenance to improve resilience during drought periods. Mr. President, under Component 4, project management will ensure smooth execution through careful planning, procurement, stakeholder coordination, and quality assurance across all components. Mr. President, the loan agreement relating to the Passias Community Water Supply project in the amount of $1,203,224 was signed on the 28th of December 2023 with WASCO as the executing agency. However, the project has experienced multiple delays, primarily due to procurement-related issues. Mr. President, the project will include a component for training and installation of rainwater harvesting systems directly to vulnerable groups and communities. All project components are aligned to catalyze the effective response by the government of St. Lucia to climate change impacts on the water sector, with energy efficiency measures and the installation of smart meters contributing to the efficiency of WASCO's operations. The project is also expected to include the following main activities. Mr. President, the construction of a rubble-walled intake on the main Fore River. The intake structure has to be constructed to provide a means of capturing the raw water and diverting it to a water pump station. The construction of a pumping station downstream of the intake. Mr. President, this will include a concrete structure to house the pumps and associated electrical equipment. Installation of a raw water pumping main to transport the water from the pumping station and connect to the existing raw water main from the Pito intake. Construction and installation of a water treatment plant near the existing storage in Loba. Mr. President, this will adequately satisfy the current water demand of 250,000 imperial gallons per day, with some capacity to cater for future demand. And lastly, Mr. President, the installation of a water storage tank of sufficient capacity will provide a buffer for the treated water supply and is expected to support future residential growth where water access improves. Mr. President, the Pasias Community Water Supply Project lies in its critical role in addressing long-standing water challenges in the Mico district and its contribution to broader national development goals, such as ensuring a reliable and continuous supply of safe potable water and enhanced public education and sanitation. The new infrastructure, Mr. President, will modernize the water system in the Pasias area and promote innovation and sustainability with the installation of smart meters and rainwater harvesting systems. The project will also support future growth by providing a scalable water supply, laying the foundation for a more resilient, healthy, and economically viable community. Mr. President, the Pasias Community Water Supply Project is expected to establish a climate-resilient water supply system in Pasias that ensures water security through the provision of a reliable and safe water supply, supported by adaptation, capacity building, public education, and awareness of the local population, thereby improving the health status and quality of life of the residents of Pasias and surrounding environs. In conclusion, Mr. President, these three critical water projects are strategic steps by the government of St. Lucia towards enhancing the resilience of St. Lucia's water supply system. The replacement of the John Compton Dam raw water pipeline is essential to ensuring a reliable and sustainable water supply for the island's population and economy. The upgrade of the Thebes treatment plant will ensure that the water is treated and pumped to the communities in the north of the island, while the Pasias project will meet the needs of the southern communities. So, Mr. President, we are advancing closer to reducing our water challenges and enhancing water security. So when we go out and we cry to the people of St. Lucia as if the government is doing nothing about the water situation, we are seeing here today that the government of St. Lucia is providing financial support for three most important water projects that will ensure that we improve on our water supply and remove the woes that we have encountered over the years. I therefore present these three resolutions to the Senate for approval. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $22,829,181 United States dollars, the loan, from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, to finance the John Compton Dam raw water pipeline replacement project, the 9th water project. Be it further resolved that the amount of the loan is from the ordinary capital resources totaling $15,690,407 United States dollars, comprising of $10,690,407 United States dollars from the bank's equity and market resources, and $5 million United States dollars from the Agency for Assess the Development, the special fund reserve totaling $7,138,774 United States dollars, comprising of $5 million United States dollars from the Special Development Fund and $2,138,744 United States dollars from the Italian line of credit. B, the loan is repayable in the case of the ordinary capital resources and the Italian line of credit in 17 years, and in the case of the Special Development Fund in 30 years. The repayment must be in the following tranches. 1. In the case of the ordinary capital resources and the Ajas Frances de Development, in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 5 years following the date of this loan agreement, or on such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. 2. In the case of the Special Development Fund, in 120 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 5 years following the date of this loan agreement, or on such later date as the bank specifies in writing. And in the case of the Special Fund resources, in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 9 years following the date of this loan agreement, or on such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. And D, a commitment fee is payable on the ordinary capital resources portion at a rate of 1% per annum and is payable quarterly from the 60th day after the date of the loan agreement. Interest is payable quarterly at 1. A variable rate of 5.6% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resources portion. 2. The fixed rate of 0.75% per annum on the Special Development Fund tranche, and the fixed rate of 1.4% per annum on the Italian line of credit tranche. Second motion. The question is that the Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $4,233,750 United States dollars, the loan, from the CARICOM Development Fund to finance the rehabilitation and upgrade of the Thibbles water supply system. Be it further resolved that the loan is payable in 10 years, commencing from the end of the 2-year grace period. The loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal quarterly installments on the 30th day of March, 30th day of June, 30th day of September, and 30th day of December. Interest is payable at a fixed rate of 3% per annum. And motion 3, that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to amend the loan agreement to borrow from the CARICOM Development Fund, the fund, an additional amount not exceeding the amount of $781,493 United States dollars for the purpose of providing financing to meet the additional cost of the Passias Community Water Supply Project. Be it further resolved that A, the original loan and additional loan are repayable in 10 years, commencing from the first due date. B, the original loan and additional loan are repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. C, the loan payments commence on the 30th day of March, 30th day of June, 30th day of September, and 30th day of December of each year after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the first disbursement, or such later date as the fund specifies in writing. And D, the interest is payable at a rate of 3% per annum on the amount of the original loan and additional loan disbursed and outstanding. Senator Descott.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, and before I speak on the 3 resolutions to borrow before us, I will take the opportunity to wish Deputy Clerk Ms. Montoute a happy retirement. I had the honor of a few sittings of Parliament to engage with her, and like you, your experience was pretty much the same. She ensured that I felt comfortable here. They were very resourceful, and so I would like to wish you all the best, and I hope to see you in the gym a little more often, Sharon. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank to wish condolences to Mitonia, Senator De Turville, on the passing of her mom. When I saw her here this morning, I think it was testimony to what a fabulous job her mother would have done. To have her here today, if it was me, I probably wouldn't be here, Mitonia, but it speaks to the strength of the woman that you are, and especially in the context of International Women's Day. I think it's so. I will definitely be at the funeral, Mitonia, and going to give you that support. Mr. President, today, very interesting, I must say. I want to speak about the debt situation in this country, but I will leave it for a subsequent contribution of this sitting, Mr. President. Because what we're witnessing is, for the first time in our history, a government is coming in one single day and is asking St. Lucia, and is asking this Honorable House to approve the borrowing of $500 million. $500 million, and if you lay on top of it the $121 million for /SPOF guaranteeing, that takes it up to close to $618 million. And if you put that in context, I will put it in context later on. This is unprecedented, and we know the constant refrain of the Labour Party during 2020 and 2021 was Madi Puete. It was constant. But what we have here is not Madi today. Today is JD Kwase. And I will elaborate on that in my subsequent contribution. But I heard the leader of government business said that this is a national priority. But I think the government's actions over the last 4.5 years doesn't suggest that this was a national priority until it became a situation where St. Lucian started to clamor about the water crisis in this country. And I was able to get a copy of a report by Golder Associates, and it's called St. Lucia's John Compton Dam Desilting and Rehabilitation Plan, and that's publicly available on the internet. If you just do a quick search, and if you want, I can make it and the consultancy was carried out in 2014 and 2015, between 2014 and 2015, during the Labour Party's reign. And there are some key recommendations in there, which includes the long-term dredging of the dam. And so when the United West Party embarked on the dredging, it was not something that was not substantiated by evidence and recommendations by the professionals. It's right there. And what we witness is a Labour Party who has abandoned the dredging initiative. And why? If it was a national priority, why was it abandoned? I think that's very, very important for us to. If it was a national.
Mr. President, on a point of order.
Senator Joe, what's your point of order?
Mr. President, the member is misleading the House. The current administration never abandoned a project. The last administration, when they indicated that they completed the John Compton Dam project, and the very Golder report, the Golder consultant that he was referring to has a close-out report which stated that the project was completed in 2024. So the government of St. Lucia did not abandon the project. This is absolutely misleading the House and the people of St. Lucia.
Thank you, Senator Jha. You've made reference to a document. Would you be willing to make that document?
Yes, Mr. President, all of the hundreds of pages, I have the document.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator Descott?
Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank her for clarifying this, but my colleague indicated that it was phase one of that project that was completed, meaning that the project would have several phases. And the initial document that I referenced says there's going to be long-term dredging. Long-term dredging. I mean, when the report says the amount of thousands of cubic meters of silt was deposited in the dam, there's a pictorial representation of this here. I'm no engineer, but I could see the amount of silt, and there's no way that could have been done in 3 or 4 years, Mr. President. And so therefore, if it was a national priority, then you should have embarked on phase 2 of that project. That's what you should have done. That's what you should have done. You see, so as a former Caribbean development banker, I'm very happy when I see the 9th Caribbean, 9th water project. That means that there are 8 other projects that the CDB has implemented for St. Lucia. And I think it's commendable. It's a bank that has played its role where water is concerned in this country. And I'm proud to have been part of this great institution. But Mr. President, in the whole discourse around why we are here today, I was perturbed when I heard spurious allegations of perhaps there was corruption or corrupt practices in this particular initiative, in the dredging. And you know, when I understand people play politics sometimes, but when you make these pronouncements, Mr. President, you implicate institutions like the Caribbean Development Bank. That's what you do. You implicate institutions like the NERC, who, from my reading, was played a supervisory role to some extent, and she can clarify. You implicate these sort of institutions, and CDB is not just a development, it's our bank. St. Lucia has shares in this bank. And so when you make these sort of pronouncements, you are bringing on reputational risk on a reputable institution like the Caribbean Development Bank, Mr. President. And so I have working at the institution, I understand that every payment, there must be a no objection that the engineers give. And that has to be robust scrutiny of the projects. So for you to suggest that CDB oversaw a project that had corrupt practices, I think it's very, very sad that a government could do that to its own development bank. Very, very sad. Its own development bank. A development bank who has 9, there are 8 other loans specific to water. You can safely say CDB built the water infrastructure in this country. And now we have a situation where, and there's video evidence of the former director of projects, Mr. Daniel Best, who's now the president of the CDB, speaking about how well this particular project was executed. So I understand you want to play politics. It's there. But you have to understand the reputational risk and the collateral damage that you could do to an institution. I look at the rates, the OCR at 5.6%. I've always had an issue when I had CDB, 5.6%. This is not competitive. I always felt that. But you see, it's this exact risk that increases the interest rates that CDB is going to apply.
Variable, not fixed.
Yes, variable.
Not fixed.
Variable. So, for me, Mr. President, as a former Caribbean development banker, I am deeply saddened by any allegation of this corruption, that CDB oversaw a corrupt project. And I'm hoping to meet with, I know the gentleman who was the engineer supervising this. And once I'm in Barbados, I will have a chat with him. I will speak with him to get at least from my colleague his views on this. The issue of financing, again, 5.6%, and especially in the global environment we are currently in, I anticipate interest rates is going to go up further. What I want to know, Mr. President, is why did we go the route of a loan? Why not utilize the CIP monies? Why not utilize CIP? There was a National Economic Fund that was established specifically for investments in that type, in strategic infrastructure. I was a member on that board, and I could tell you there was a clear guiding principle as to what these resources should have been used for. And I could tell you also that the member of the board had the autonomy, and they could tell Cabinet if they sent a proposal for a particular initiative and it did not align with the national priority of this country, we would have rejected it. But what did the Labour Party do? The first thing that they did, that they went and amended the National Economic Fund to give Cabinet the authority, the discretion to do what it wants with our CIP monies. That's what it did. And we know the British. So I know there's a lot of money. I know you don't know, but the British has said that they saw a huge surge in CIP sales, which triggered the introduction of a visa on St. Lucian. So we know that there are monies. I don't know where the monies are, but we should have used our CIP monies to do this rehabilitation and the desilting of these water infrastructure then. So we know water is life, and I will never stand in the way of anything that is going to ensure that St. Lucians are not having to wake up at 12 in the night. I know people say they wake up 12 and 1 in the morning to get water, and by the time it's 3 o'clock, Wasco shuts the water off, inconveniencing our people. If it was a national priority, why you didn't make it a priority in your last administration? Clearly it wasn't. The priority was protecting the victory, not protecting St. Lucia's national water security. And so, Mr. President, while I support any investment in water, I believe that the CIP funds, of which up to today we do not have a report, an audited report tabled in this House. I'm hearing now almost 200 days delayed, not tabled in this House. Not tabled in this House. Perhaps we could have known how much money is available, and we could have used these monies towards the rehabilitation of these pipes, the Feebles water treatment facility, and the desilting. So, Mr. President, clearly it's not a national priority until St. Lucians start to feel the pain, and it's not a national priority for us to use our CIP resources to ensure that it gives, and don't saddle St. Lucians with debt, additional debt, when we could have used CIP resources to do this, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
No.
You are Honorable Leader of Government Business. Are you? Senator Preble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President of the Senate, leader of government business, colleagues, senators on both sides of the aisle, it gives me great pleasure to continue serving the people of St. Lucia. Almost 35 years I served in the civil service as a civil servant in the government of St. Lucia. And Mr. President, for another 5 years I served as a regional civil servant at the CARICOM Secretariat, contributing to public policy today in the framework of the Senate, in the legislative framework of the Senate, is an honor that I accept with deep humility. I therefore commit to providing my best to the people of this country, St. Lucia, the land of my birth and a country that I love. Mr. President, before addressing the substantive matters before us in the three motions presented by the leader of government business, I wish, as my colleague Tommy would have done earlier, to express condolences to colleague Senator de Turville on the passing of your mom. I must say that Mrs. de Turville was a person who I had a lot of time for, spoke with, respected very much, and it was a pleasure interfacing with her over the years. And like Tommy Descott here, I wish to commend you for your fortitude and courage and obvious determination to serve your country, as both your mom and your dad would have done in the past, that you are here in these times. So please accept my condolences. Mr. President, I also wish to thank the leader of government business for the additional elucidation provided in terms of what the three projects entail. It being my first time in this process, it would have been, I believe, and I don't know if other members on the other side had the benefit of the details of the specific projects. But my humble view is that if those project details are available to, in the manner that leader of government business has those projects, perhaps as part of the process of debate, that the Parliament could make those reports available to all senators, the details of those projects. So perhaps the debate could be enriched with those details, so we are all speaking with knowledge of what we all have. Just a humble recommendation that I am putting to the Parliament this morning, the Senate this morning. I wish to speak on, as we have presented all three motions, I wish to, in my contribution, address some critical issues. Water is life, and therefore I believe any investment in water is critical for social and economic development in our context in St. Lucia, where we do not have, we have not reached the point where our country is adequately serviced with the necessary infrastructure and the quantum of water that would make our lives, the lives of our people and our businesses, comfortable. So investments in water are always going to be commendable and important. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I also wish to state that we are speaking today of an investment, based on my calculations, of about 76 million EC dollars in terms of loan financing for the three water projects mentioned. I also wish to state that the situation that we currently face with respect to the near crisis that we have with respect to access to water and storage of water, and the emphasis placed by the leader of government business in outlining why it is so important. Like my colleague, I have to say that over the last 5 years, one did not get the sense of urgency that is now before us in terms of the level of action that could have been undertaken to advance the causes we now have before us. There's the silting of the Roseau Dam. Simple project that was actually one conceptualized in the report commissioned by a Labour Party administration between 2014 and 2015. And I speak, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, because in the lower house, in the debate in the lower house that we could have all followed, there was lots of discussion about the silting project, elements of that process having not been conducted in a manner that we would all have expected, imputing elements of corruption in the process. And my colleague would have identified and outlined that it would have been virtually impossible, given the procurement processes we are all aware of, that is part and parcel of CDB managed projects, or CDB's projects that where they have oversight of. It would have been difficult to have impute corruption in those practices. And the leader of government business, who I would think would have served as chairperson of the NERC, or not at this time.
CEO.
CEO.
She served as a CEO. The CEO.
The leader of government business, who would have been very closely associated with the NERC at that time.
Chief Executive Officer.
Would herself, by the virtue of the tone and comments in the lower house, would perhaps also be imputed as being part of this process. So, Mr. President, it is a very slippery road to go down when we have discussions, whether in the Senate or in the lower house, that impute elements of corruption in very important aspects and institutions that are our own. Very, very slippery road to go down. And unless we have the evidence of those things, we should be careful in how we negotiate that path. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, we have before us, and as outlined by the President, by the leader of government business, we have the Patience Community Water Treatment Project. Very important project, critical, which has experienced delays. And as we heard from the leader of government business, those delays were attributed to procurement issues. Now, we have, as is indicated in the motion, in the paper, some $101.2 million was already approved for this project. Procurement processes contributed to its delay in implementation. And I am not sure, Mr. President, whether it is those issues, those procurement delays, that has led the government now to come before the House to seek a further $781,493 in additional financing for this project. So we're looking at, for the Patience project, 5.3 million EC dollars allocated. And we're told that one of the reasons why this project has not been implemented is because of procurement-related failures. Now, I don't know if there has been an increase in procurement capacity in WASCO to undertake those projects. I don't know, because just increasing the amount of money may not necessarily solve that procurement problem. I don't know, Mr. President, but it is something that obviously one would want to have some more information about. But more importantly, I think this chamber, this Senate, would have very recently engaged in a debate on the whole issue of an amendment to the public procurement legislation. And that legislation sought and has given permission to statutory corporations essentially to undertake procurement of any amount on their own without going through the Central Tenders Board necessary procurement process. Now, this is really where I think we need to spend some time as senators in the upper house, we call it, looking at the implications of some of those pieces of legislation. So we have basically decentralized procurement, putting it in the hands of, I believe there are about 92 statutory corporations. And one of our key statutory corporations, WASCO, leader of government business, is reporting to us here that procurement difficulties led to or has caused the project not to be implemented as was originally anticipated on time. And I am not sure, I cannot impute necessarily that this additional funds is a result of that, but we see additional funds being requested here. Mr. President, what we're seeing, I believe, honestly, with what happened with respect to the procurement legislation amended at previous sittings of this Senate, is going to give rise to a number of statutory corporations undertaking procurement without the necessary capacity. And that in itself could lead to further delays in statutory corporations to implement projects to the detriment of the people of this country. That is what I am already beginning to see in here. And Mr. President, it would be very, very sad if in the future we have statutory corporations coming before the parliament, to the government, to undertake projects. And given that procurement is a specialized area with specialized skills required, and when these corporations would have then be undertaking responsibilities for procurement without the necessary or requisite skills, what will be the implications for the people of St. Lucia in terms of costs? I raise this because this is one of the possible outcomes, Mr. President, from an amendment to the Procurement Act which went through this very Senate. I would like, Mr. President, to also indicate that as we look at those three motions and the borrowing and the timeline in those motions, we see that we are committing the people of St. Lucia to be paying those very important loans. Make no mistake, very important. But they will be paying that, we will be paying that over a period of between 10 and 30 years. But what does that tell us? It tells me, at least, that my granddaughter will be paying that loan in the future. My children will. I'm retired now. I will still have to pay. I pay every time you go. Every time you go to, you undertake a transaction in St. Lucia, you pay for your VAT. We will all be paying that one loan here, the 76 something $1 million in water over the next 30 years. And therefore, when we undertake a responsibility in the Senate to approve such legislation, it is important that the people of St. Lucia understand that these are commitments we make today, but these commitments have implications for the future, a very uncertain future, given what we see happening in the global economy today. Mr. President, I raise this matter because to the extent that as a state, as a small island developing state, very open, very fragile, susceptible to external shocks, to the extent that we do not necessarily have to borrow, I think it is prudent that we do not. To the extent that we have other sources of revenue that we could tap on to finance those capital projects which have implications for long-term repayments, I think we should use those resources. And therefore, what am I referring to? I am referring to, Mr. President, to the fact that our country, as of now at least, happens to have a citizen by investment program. Until it is stopped, it exists. And based on what I have seen in terms of financing those three projects, $76.3 million worth of debt. I looked at the fact, Mr. President, that we have, under the infrastructure project under the CIP, we had what they refer to as the quid pro quo, in loose terms, where the government of St. Lucia, an amount of $100 million US dollars was advanced to the government of St. Lucia, in return for which a developer, I think is Galaxy, was offered 6,000 shares or files to sell, to raise the necessary funds at $100,000 a file. 6,000 files at $100,000 a file, so that they could advance to the government of St. Lucia $100 million. So, under the infrastructure project under the CIP, as I understand it, Caribbean Galaxy advanced to the government of St. Lucia $100 million US dollars, in return for which the government of St. Lucia made available to Caribbean Galaxy 6,000 files that they could sell. A file does not only necessarily mean one passport, but files. 6,000 files, and each file is sold at approximately $100,000. If you do the math, simple math, you would come up with somewhere in the region of $600 million US dollars that Caribbean Galaxy could have generated. Yeah, that's just do the math, pull up the calculators. Now, if we have the capacity as a country, through the CIP, through the infrastructure project, to raise that quantum of monies, and the CIP project was always meant to be used for transformational and transformative work in our country. Had we used those monies properly, shouldn't we not be financing the 76 million EC dollars from those resources? You see, Mr. President, for us on this side, you would have heard, at least from the two of us so far, the issue is not whether financing the water projects is important. That's not the issue. The issue is, however, how we finance those projects. Did we have an alternative way of financing those projects? The issue is, couldn't we have advanced work on those projects before? This is really what we should have been looking at here today, so that the people of St. Lucia for the next 30 years would not be tied down to having to pay $76 million. And guess what? These resources that we are borrowing now, if we were to borrow it, could have been allocated to other activities. Mr. President, these three projects, I have no difficulty in supporting the resources for the implementation. the people of Babonneau will benefit from those projects. Madam former Rep, I'm sure you would be happy for that. No, this is no. So the issue here is not the issue here for me, Mr. President, is not small petty politics. These are important projects that we need to support. But what we must do also as a collective is look at how we could have done these things differently, better, and make those points, because we could have. And we could have had action on the Roseau Dam more than we have had in the desilting. These are realities. So we could have increased our storage capacity at Roseau Dam for distribution, notwithstanding all the leaking pipes, Madam Leader of Government Business. Notwithstanding that. But we would at least have had capacity in the dam for more water storage. And as we know, that desilting could not have been done in 1 year or 5 years. We all know that the desilting would have taken an extensive length of time. We all knew that. This is not a record. And because, Mr. President, why we know that? Why we know that is because we live in a part of the world where we have every year, we have almost every year we have natural weather phenomena that causes more silt to enter into the dam. Pretty much every year. And therefore, what you would have seen as a profile in the report in 2015, 2016, the stock of silt there would not be the same as the stock of silt 5 years later or 3 years later. So this project would require, and even now, if today all the silt was cleared, we would still be required in the future to continue desilting. Yes. So this is really well. So the earlier we start, the more we continue. That is what we are going. That is how we are going to ensure we give the dam at least as a great an opportunity for capacity as possible. Mr. President, before I take my seat, I would have loved to see in the proposals before us in the Senate for borrowing, what I would have loved to see are creative ideas into what else could be done to build water resilience. That's what I would have loved to see, Madam Leader of Government Business. So, for instance, I would have loved to see a proposal or proposals for financing where we would have been building other catchment areas. Because as you well know, as the water goes through the dam, water spills over. So there's water loss technically as the dam goes, all the water in the river does not stay behind the dam. There is water that goes over. So could we not have been moving water from the dam to other storage areas? And other raw water, I'm talking about raw water. More than that. Because if we are seeing right now, and we are seeing it right now, our storage capacity is insufficient. So these are the sort of proposals I would love to see come into the Senate for consideration, for debate, so that our people in St. Lucia will be seeing greater capacity in terms of resilience for water supplies. Mr. President, I want to thank you for the opportunity to have spoken on this matter. Thank you very much.
Senator Fede.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, like my colleagues before me, I would like to extend congratulations to my good friend, the Clerk of Parliament, Ms. Montoute, on her retirement. I hope that you enjoyed a new transition in life, and thank you over the years. We go way back for your support towards my convenience and comfort here in the House, whether it's the lower house or the upper house, where we both interacted with each other. Thank you. I would like to also extend condolences to Senator De Turville on the passing of your mom, Tekla. I had a lot of time for your mom. We worked on several charitable projects together. Your mom was an outstanding servant of our community, and I'm sure that all in St. Lucia will miss her dearly. And our prayers are with you and your family as you try to overcome this very difficult period in your life. I extend my greatest condolences to you and your family. Mr. President, the people of St. Lucia are shocked and alarmed by ideas floated in the public square that St. Lucia ought to give very close consideration to the whole business of importing water from Dominica. Mr. President, I'm still very young, so I don't have enough age to recall whether, as a country, we had to import water from Dominica, or whether this was given serious consideration in the past. But I leave that to the historians. But suffice it to say, Mr. President, that it points to a certain deficiency in the management of our country's water resources. In fact, on the way here, Mr. President, a layman on the street said to me that if those guys, referring to the governments, can't manage the water situation in the country, what else can they manage? Mr. President, I thought that those words were simple but very profound coming from a layman on the street. The engineering advice I have received on the John Compton Dam coming to this debate and in preparation was that the dam was built originally to hold a total of 800 million gallons of water. Mr. President, I am told that the capacity of the dam, because of the silting, has reduced to 333 million gallons, which represents less than 50% of its capacity. This was mainly due to three major weather conditions: Hurricane Thomas, Hurricane Debbie, and the Christmas Eve trough. Mr. President, if you consider that Wasco consumes 8 million gallons of water daily for I think it was 58% of the population that consumes this water, hotels and other sectors must be added to that as well. It would mean, Mr. President, that if you divide 333,000 gallons, which is the storage capacity of the dam, by 8 million, we have somewhere in the region of about 41 days, 41.6, let's round it off to 42 days, if there is no rainfall. That is how severe this situation is. 42 days of storage capacity. I want you to contemplate that, Mr. President. So it means that you are less than 6 weeks away from a major crisis on your hands. This is what we're dealing with. Now, I want to say something, Mr. President, that I am quite relieved, actually, that finally the government has moved away from playing all this petty politics that has characterized the last 5 years of their stewardship, and are finally doing something about the water situation in the country. So coming here today to borrow 76 million to establish or to repair the water pipeline of the raw water treatment area coming from the John Compton Dam to the Thibbles treatment plant at Cicera, which is a major part of our water infrastructure, is crucial. And I am so relieved that finally the government has decided that they are going to do something about this situation. Mr. President, I've heard certain figures bandied about. There are more Wasco experts on that side. And I've heard figures as 55, people said as much as 60% of Wasco's treated water that is non-revenue water. It is lost because of leakage to the pipelines all over the country. And this pipeline, which is a major artery, I would imagine, in the whole water infrastructure, taking it from the dam to the treatment plant, would be no doubt a significant improvement towards that end in helping to reduce the amount of non-revenue water that Wasco would generate on a daily basis. So that's good. I give my colleagues a pat on the back for finally doing something good about the water situation. However, Mr. President, there is no excuse for not continuing the desilting program started by the Labour Party back in 2014, but continued by the United Workers' Party, Mr. President, where we were able to remove some 8% of the silt that was in the dam. So when we came into government in 2016...
Yes, Senator Shaw, what's your point of order?
Mr. President, the member is misleading the House. The administration of the St. Lucia Labour Party in 2014 did not start the dam project. I don't know what he's referring to, but it implies that they continued the project. They did not continue the project. And again, Mr. President, I have documentation which shows that the administration of the United Workers' Party abandoned a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank for the loan for the John Compton Dam and created a new loan agreement when they came into office in 2016.
Thank you. Please proceed.
And if he wishes to make it a wishes me to make it a document of the House, I can.
Thank you, Senator Joe. Senator Vede, please proceed.
Oh, Mr. President, I always love it when the good senator rises on a point of order. Because you see, Mr. President, the desilting of the dam project did not start at the physical desilting of the dam. The actual project starts at the design, the consultancy, the feasibility, the environmental assessment, impact, and all of those things were done by the Labour Party in the year 2014. So this is what I'm referring to. I'm by no means trying to mislead the House. I do apologize if members may be confused by anything I would have said. But when I say that the silting project would have started by the Labour Party, that's what I meant. We came in, we didn't waste time, we didn't look for corruption, we didn't make false allegations, because we knew, Mr. President, that there were reputable institutions like the Caribbean Development Bank that were involved in the process. We knew that the NERC that was involved in the process, we knew it had a capable CEO at the time. And we knew, Mr. President, that the framework that was put in place, Mr. President, required the then CEO of the NERC to sign off all the objections to payment. Mr. President, the former CEO of the NERC went as even far as capping the project at $60 million. Mr. President, was
Mr. President, on a point of order.
Senator, yes, Senator. Yes, Senator.
Mr. President, the member is again misleading the House and putting my name in disrepute. As the CEO of the NERC, I did not cap the project. The NERC has a board of directors. The NERC is a regulatory organization. So he cannot put me as the one capping the project. I take very grave offense to what he said. He needs to retract it and apologize for what he said.
Sorry, well, he didn't mention any specific names, but I take the point, Senator. Can you please acknowledge what Senator has said and please move on?
So, Mr. President, I know that you're a man of corporate governance, and I know that oftentimes there are close associations between boards and their CEOs. The people who do the day-to-day work, that's why you have a chief executive officer in name. It's quite instructive, you know, because that's the person who is the day-to-day. And what happens, Mr. President, boards oftentimes would endorse what CEOs recommend. But I wasn't on the board of the NERC. I was in government at the time, in the cabinet. And what I will say to you, Mr. President, was that the NERC, whether it was the CEO or the board, right, played an active role. And I am sure that the CEO at the time would be well placed to know that the project was capped at $60 million by the NERC. So if it is, today the CEO would like to backpedal to say, well, she didn't agree with the board, and that's a totally different argument. But Madam, Mr.
Senator
President,
Senator, why are you rising?
I am rising on a point of order. Senator Dominic Fede is imputing improper motive on the CEO of the NERC, who happened to be Alison Albofa-Je. And I would like Senator Fede to retract his statements.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Fede, in fairness, Senator Je was not saying that she was backtracking or anything like that. She did imply that she was not the one responsible for making that decision. She's not denied that she was present. And I know both of you are trying to make a very narrow point, but I think there is validity in what Senator Je is saying. So I'd encourage you, make your point, but move on.
So, very well, Mr. President. Of course, I mean, I want to leave the good senator with no doubt that my intentions are very good. I am only here in the best interest of transparency. So, if it is the senator is saying now that she is in the know, but she didn't make the decision, then I seek for clarity. I will yield on a point of elucidation to have the senator explain what really happened with the capping of the thing. Because I would like to know. I was not a board member, and I think in the interest of the debate, it would be interesting to understand what happened. And I apologize to the good senator that if indeed I said something wrong, then I would like to pull it back. But if she was, if the senator is in the know, then I yield the floor so that she could make some further elucidation on what really happened with the cap.
I think in the interest of us making more sufficient use of the time, the senator has already indicated that she was not the one who made the decision. I don't know that there's going to be much benefit in her explaining anything further at this moment. If she wishes to address it during her rebuttal, I don't have an issue with that. But no I think problem. We should.
I'll move on, Mr.
Please move
President.
on. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, we have this situation in the country now. Fast forward 5 years, the St. Lucia Labour Party government came in, found a well-structured desilting program where the United Workers' Party administration would have sought the non-objections to payments by the CDB. Everything had to be signed off. Contracts were given for 2 different components of the project. One was a sediment disposable area, which was given to a local contractor, and one other contract was given to a French company who I will not name here today, but if senators want, for transparency, I can name the company that went into the desilting, did the actual desilting of the dam. Now, the advice that I received, Mr. President, suggests that it took WASCO some 3 days when the equipment was landed, and it required 10 trucks, Mr. President, after disassembling the dredge that they use for the desilting from the port to Millet, It took 3 days to transport the equipment and some 10 days, some 10 trucks, Mr. President, to take to the dam. So it was a very technical, a very complicated exercise aimed at trying to remove as much of the silt as possible. The total number of silt, I was told by engineers and the advice given, was there was 1.5 million cubic meters of silt in the dam, which accounts to many football fields piled up sky high. And Mr. President, it meant therefore that the government could only desilt the dam in the wet season. So in the rainy seasons when you've got an excess amount of water, it meant that you would be removing silt as well as water from the silted area. So it was a very costly and a very important endeavor, Mr. President, to help to restore some additional storage capacity in the dam. Mr. President, the timeline set, and I want to clarify that here today because a lot of misinformation flew around the room. The timeline set for the desilting of the dam was above 10 years. So it meant that you couldn't do this in one wet season. You had to do this, Mr. President, over a number of years. The United Workers' Party administration, of which I was very proud to be part of, went and actually did the responsible thing, took the designs already done by the Labour Party, the consultancy, and Golda was mentioned by my colleague here earlier, Golda Associates. I think it's a Canadian company. And they were the ones, Mr. President, who informed and helped us with the project. And we worked very closely with the NERC, Mr. President. That has to be noted. And worked very closely with the CDB, and there were consultants from the CDB who were on ground, who were supervising the project, and who gave no objection certificates to payments. So therefore, Mr. President, the allegations of corruption are absolutely scandalous, outrageous, and baseless. And we want to say, Mr. President, that what we need is not the political gimmicks that the government side have been involved in. What we need, Mr. President, is strategic action so that we can relieve the people of St. Lucia from the water crisis that currently hits them. So, Mr. President, I speak today on behalf of the residents of Millet in Techime. And that's the area by the dam where a number of the people there, Mr. President, would have had to sacrifice their family homes, give up their lands, so that we can have a good, efficient water catchment. They were relocated to the Bel Air housing scheme in the constituency of Castries Southeast. But yet today, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, a lot of these areas are still starved of very good water supply. And this is the way that we say thank you by the level of inaction we have seen in the last 5 years from the St. Lucia Labour Party administration. I speak on behalf of the people of Labon, Mr. President, that have been on television each year, and they're crying out and they blame Wasco each year to say that their water supply is insufficient. I speak, Mr. President, today on behalf of the people in the north of the island, those that can afford to truck water into their facilities, the extra cost that they have to pay, Mr. President. I speak today, Mr. President, on behalf of the hotel industry that has spent as much as $20,000 a month in extra fees to carry water to keep their businesses afloat. Mr. Speaker, some of them have had to incur trim margins to make this possible. So the water situation or the water crisis that we face in this country is a very serious crisis. And it deserves, Mr. President, very urgent action from this administration. And it requires, Mr. President, more strategic action so that we can get this going. So, Mr. President, if we cannot manage the water situation in this country, then we do not imbue confidence in the various sectors that rely on us to get some inspiration to take this country forward. Mr. President, the three motions that I heard today total some 75 million. The Pasias water project, the pipeline, in addition to it's another project here, the water system at Teddy Thibbles, Mr. President. Now I do have, like Tommy, I do have a concern about one of the interest rates here that have been outlined in the list of rates, where it said that is a 5.6 interest rate, and it goes on to say that's a variable interest rate. So it means, Mr. President, that the rate can go down, it can go up. I'm particularly concerned about it now, given what is happening in the world and the likelihood for inflation. Why am I connecting those dots? Mr. President, we know from recent history that central banks normally would respond to inflationary periods with raising interest rates. Now, if this interest rate is variable and it is not capped, it would mean, therefore, that we are left exposed to an interest rate that can go sky high, especially if the Feds or central banks around the world may make a determination to raise interest rates to claw back increasing inflation, which is already happening because of the Iranian war, compounded on what is happening in Ukraine and Russia and the slowing down of oil supplies. Some 20% or 1/5 of the world's fuel supply is currently, Mr. President, clogged because of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. And so, Mr. President, I think that not capping this variable leaves this arrangement very wide open to shocks such as the ones that we are facing now. And so I would have really been a lot more comfortable had there been a variable interest rate with a cap. But, Mr. President, the government probably knows why, that such an exercise or such an arrangement is not put in place. Mr. President, I smile because I sat in a government that operated during COVID, while we would have lost a significant amount of our revenues from significant fallout in economic performance. And Mr. President, we were excoriated by the then opposition Labour Party for borrowing. And I heard that the phrase Madi Prete was mentioned here today. And to see that the government has come to borrow and guarantee over $600 million in one sitting, Mr. President, it makes me smile. And it makes me realize that, in opposition, we must be careful what we say, because we never know when it's going to come back to haunt us when we are in government. And now, the government has no shame at all. There's no Madi Prete anymore. They're in government. It's okay to borrow. Since coming into government, I did a quick check, Mr. President. This government has carried up the debt stock by $1.8 billion, Mr. President. They have borrowed, Mr. President, when we add this loan today, $1 million every day that they have been in government in loans to the debt stock of this country, Mr. President. So my colleagues are absolutely right that this is going to have a significant impact on our fiscal indicators. Mr. President, before this 600 million today, in its Article 4 report on St. Lucia, the IMF has warned the government that the debt stock is already too high. And the IMF has said in its Article 4 report of 2025 that if drastic measures are not taken, the government's target of reaching 60% set, the threshold set by the ECCB by 2030, will not happen in debt to GDP. Now, it means, Mr. President, that right now, the number that I saw in the Article 4 report suggests that the debt to GDP ratio was then, when they did the consultation with the Ministry of Finance, was in quarter 4 somewhere about 77% debt to GDP ratio. Now today, 600 million, I am sure that this is going to surpass the 80% debt to GDP ratio. That is a significantly unhealthy position to be in. And so, Mr. President, it means that for every dollar the country makes in economic output, we are over 80 cents in debt. Just imagine that that was your own personal finances, that you were drowning in debt at 80 cents on the dollar of your income. It would mean, Mr. President, that no bank will look at you. No wonder we are already beginning to see signs of increased borrowing cost. What would normally be a 4% interest rates on government bonds and treasuries and loans, I see a lot of them are long-term concessionary borrowing, but a 5.6% interest rate is already a signal of the times. So already St. Lucia, high debt to GDP ratio with a credit score that is going up with this excessive borrowing, with the excessive spending by the government. It means, therefore, Mr. President, that lenders are going to look at us and say, boy, these guys are high risk. The possibility of default by this administration is extremely high. And the other thing that the IMF has warned about, Mr. President, is the whole issue of high rollovers of debt. Because St. Lucia, Mr. President, has a very high percentage of market-driven debt. They dominate the Eastern Caribbean Securities, not Securities Exchange, but the Regional Security Services, the RGSM. And by dominating it, they have among the biggest quantums of market-driven debt by most governments within the ECCU currency union. So it means, therefore, that with a high percentage of market-driven debt that the government of St. Lucia has, very high debt stock with a high rollover volume, puts the government in a very, very difficult position. Now, I know that what is happening here, borrowing for water, is a good cause. But we still have to be careful, and it still must be done within the context of the broader financial implications of the country. So, Mr. President, I am happy that the government has finally realized that Madi Prete was just political rhetoric, and I see that they're smiling today because they've got to borrow 600 million. Over 600 million today. Unprecedented in this parliament. I don't think John Compton has done that ever. I don't think Kenny Anthony as Minister of Finance has ever done that. And I don't think Alan Shastney, in the worst of times in COVID, never ever has he borrowed $600 million. But in the best of times, a Labour Party government comes to Parliament to borrow over $600 million. Now that's a record. That's creating history. But you know, it's not just to create history, it's to be on the right side of history. But today you're on the wrong side of history. And being on the wrong side of history has implications for all of us and our children. And I am very happy to be here because I'm representing the people of St. Lucia, making sure that we are a voice of checks and balances of the inefficiencies and the mismanagement of the St. Lucia Labour Party administration. So I'm very happy to stand here proudly, yes, to say to you that you have mismanaged the water situation in the country, and now you've created another history. I'm not sure whether a government has ever imported water from Dominica, right? So all of these things, Mr. President, have placed us in a very, very vulnerable position in this country that we are now importing. And we have water specialists in the Senate, you know, right? They have people who have served regionally on water institutions, but yet they're proudly here telling us that it's a good thing to import water from Dominica, right? And we're barging. I heard someone on a local talk show suggest...
Mr. President, sir, nobody in here has...
Hold on, Senator Shah. Let me acknowledge you first, please. Senator Shah?
Yeah. I think the member, the senator, is misleading the House because I haven't heard anyone on this side said anything to do with importation of water, nor the government is part of importing water. So to suggest that there are people sitting on this side who are proudly encouraging the importation of water, I don't know where this is coming from.
Thank you, Senator Shah. Senator Fede, yes, no comment has been made on the government side with regard to that. I let some of the comments pass earlier, but a lot of references have been made to things outside of the House that have not been raised in here today. But please continue.
So, thank you, Mr. President. I'm very happy to hear that Senator Shah does not think it's a good thing that our country has...
Yes, Senator Shah?
Mr. President, would you get the member to say what was said here, please, for me? Because he is saying things that were never said by me. And I object to it.
Thank you, Senator Fede. Please thank you, Senator Fede. Please continue. But the senator did not say it was a good idea or not. He just said that nobody had spoken on it from his side.
Thank you so much for the clarity, Senator. And my apologies for misinterpreting how you feel about that particular endeavor of. But Mr. President, I will end this way. When a country has allowed its water resources to reach the extent that we are today, then we know that we are presiding over a serious crisis. And so, Mr. President, I hope that my colleagues on the opposite side will learn from this, and they will anticipate, Mr. President, the prevailing winds geopolitically, environmentally, and so on, and they will take preemptive action to ensure that the people of St. Lucia are never placed in the situation that they're in today. So, Mr. President, I end here. These are my comments on this issue. I thank you so much for your indulgence, and I say, Mr. President, thank you.
Senator Charles.
Mr. President, I just want to take us back to the reason why we're here. We're here to debate a motion for the borrowing of about $75 million to address the water problem. I mean, this is a serious issue. But before I do that, Mr. President, I want to welcome our new colleagues among us, Senator Titus Previll. I also want to extend my condolences to Senator de Turville on the passing of her mom. And in a small conversation we had, I'm sure she would have expressed to me how organized her mom was. And she didn't tell me, but I know her mom would have told her, you better go to work. Forget about funeral and all that stuff. I have that covered. But I think in addition to all the accolades about her professionalism, Mrs. Turville was a wonderful woman. And I think that is what I remember her as. I also want to extend my thanks and congratulations to the Deputy Clerk. At times I thought she was my mother, and I know I'm older than her. Because the way she's very kind and caring about all senators to ensure that everything goes right, to the extent she always wants to find out about your family as well. So I want to hope that she spends her retirement in an equally productive way and caring way, and I wish her well. But Mr. President, the points I want to make on the motion, first of all, I want to thank the Leader of Government Business for giving us a bit more detailed information that we normally get in the explanatory notes on the motion. And while Senator Previll was on the floor, I think he was making that point as well. But it was a bit amusing because we have become so used to battles in the Senate, one side versus the other, that I'm of the impression that people sometimes guard whatever artillery they have without revealing that information. But I think in the interest of very good debates and discussion, I think she set a good trend by providing that information. Hope that both sides, because from us in the middle, we're not on a side, but both sides present information they have to make a debate very meaningful in the Senate. But my 3 points on the, well actually 4 points on the motion. One is about the amounts. I don't think, and I think Senator Descott did indicate, the issue is not about whether we support the financing of the water situation in St. Lucia. It's necessary. The other issue, whether it's sufficient, we don't know. Because it's a grave issue. And in fact, I want to commend the Leader of Government Business and through her the government for trying not to take this in a piecemeal manner. I mean, we attempted to get as much as possible in one sitting, but I'm sure it is not sufficient to address the issue. But without the benefit of additional information, we will not know. So I think there has to be that discussion going forward. The second big issue, Mr. President, is the absence of additional information on discussing storage, water storage. A lot of the discussion is about improving on distribution, improving on production, reducing on water loss. But in recent times, we have learned globally how much oil is being stored by countries around the world. So in times of crisis, we can return or revert to your storage. I don't think there is an issue with getting consumers to store more water. But as a nation, if it is possible, we have land space. Why not invest in more water storage? Because we are moving into the stage now, even in terms of alternative technologies for energy. The discussion is about storage of energy through batteries and so forth. So I think we need to take that page from the energy sector and see how we can have a discussion about storage of water. Big tanks all over the place. We have some tanks, storage tanks in communities, but they serve two functions. In addition to storage, is a question of facilitating the flow, the gravity flow of water for the communities. But we need to expand our investment on storage. But there seem to be an evading the big elephant in the room, which is the revenue stream for WASCO to deal with its costs, whether it is costs for investment in capital or operational costs. I'm talking about the price of water, Mr. President. We have been evading that discussion for a long time. People tend to compare WASCO with Lucilec. I don't think it is fair. These are two different beasts, both from an economic point of view, from a social point of view, also from an environmental point of view. And I think, as someone was saying, structurally, the utilities are different. When WASCO has to address an interruption, it's a major disruption in a number of things. Traffic, because they have to dig roads. Most of Lucilec lines are overhead. Sometimes Lucilec had a major outage a few days ago. Life was going on except it was dark. But when WASCO has a disruption, you know that. You get it on the talk shows, you feel it because you get stuck in traffic. Not because they may be digging at the time, but when they have dug, they haven't repaired the road sufficiently to allow smooth flow of traffic, that you have to make all kinds of deviations in traffic. So these are different beasts altogether. And part of the reasons, in my view, Mr. Chairman, is that WASCO is significantly under-resourced, underfunded for historic reasons. WASCO is not protected by law like Lucilec is to ensure that they have margins sufficiently so they could tomorrow morning just go to a bank and get a loan because they can afford to pay for that loan. I think we have to get back to discussion about the pricing of water so we could deal with some of the long-term problems that we are facing, Mr. President. And going back to the Leader of Government Business, and just in terms of putting some questions to Leader of Government Business in terms of a rebuttal, whether WASCO or the government of St. Lucia is thinking strategically down the road about alternative forms of water production. There have been a lot of discussions about desalination. There are new technologies now. Somebody sent something to me a few days ago to produce water out of thin air. We have to be in a position to think of what is around us globally now, because we're tired of being a country that we have to leapfrog into the new space because we are so far behind as far as addressing some of the utility issues. So I think my own view on the financing is that I fully support the need to address the situation with the loans, but I think going forward, there has to be a very comprehensive approach to the issue to ensure that we look at a very holistic approach to addressing WASCO's capital and operation and even research problems. WASCO should be investing in a research department that can be looking at all of the existing problems and offer solutions from operational point of view, from technology point of view, from distribution point of view. Are there alternative forms of distribution of water that we need to look at in addition to just digging pipes below the road? Whether we use routes that are not used by motorists as alternative routes for water distribution. And these are the few points I want to make, Mr. President, on the resolution, and I fully support the resolution for the loans to address some of the challenges facing our water corporation. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Harrison.
Mr. President, I rise to support the motions presented by the Leader of Government Business, but before I go ahead and do so, like my fellow senators, I would like to first of all offer my condolences to my fellow senator, Ms. Latonia de Turville. Your strength is remarkable. I'm not sure if I would have been able to do it, but I applaud you for it, and I commend you for coming here to serve the people of St. Lucia. I would also like to thank Ms. Sharon Montoute for her years of great service to both the upper and lower house and to the people of St. Lucia. Thank you, Ms. Montoute. Mr. President, I did not come here to waste the St. Lucian public's time. Neither did I come here to insult their intelligence. But the St. Lucian people know, they know what happened in the John Compton Dam desilting fiasco when the United Workers' Party was in power. Less than 10% of the desilting of the dam costing $60 million. Come on, we know that this was not something which should have been done. The people of St. Lucia saw this, and this is why they lost by a landslide defeat of 15-2. The people of St. Lucia recognize good governance. They see the honesty, the transparency, and the accountability of this Labour government. And this is why, once again, 4 years later, on December 1st, 2025, there was another epic win for the St. Lucia Labour Party under the guidance of our esteemed Prime Minister, the Honourable Philip Joseph Pierre. Mr. President, the senators on the other side, they speak about this Labour government not managing the water situation and only doing something because of the people's constant agitation. But Mr. President, as usual, this Labour government has been cleaning up the mess left behind by the former administration. This government had to pay Wasco's debt to Lucia because they remained unpaid for almost 5 years. This government provided an additional $1.5 million monthly to Wasco for operating expenses and upgrades. The government had to pay debts for the glass building that the United Workers' Party built in Beaufort instead of expanding the water storage capacity from the Beaufort Water Project that Labour had started back in 2015. So, Mr. President, as usual, Labour is left cleaning up the mess of the United Workers' Party. Mr. President, the United Workers' Party has spoken so badly about the CIP, yet they are asking us to use the monies from CIP. Mr. President, the senators on the other side of the aisle, they seem very confused. But I'm not surprised that they are confused because they know better. But Mr. President, let me just corroborate what the Leader of Government Business spoke on in explaining to the people of St. Lucia why we need those motions approved. Mr. President, in much the same way that we need air for survival, we also need water for survival. Water is life, and it's not simply a slogan, but it is a fact. And I'm here to present the facts and to show why the government needs this money in order to get a consistent supply of water to the homes of more St. Lucian people. Mr. President, the first motion deals with the John Compton Dam water supply system. Like a leader of government business said, the John Compton Dam serves over half of the population of St. Lucia. It serves over 50% of the population. It is a vital water source for the northwest region of St. Lucia, so we're looking at areas such as Grosley, Rodney Bay, etc. Mr. President, the problem with this water supply system is the pipeline that serves this critical dam, or in other words, the pipeline that takes the water from the dam to people's homes in the areas that I just mentioned. This pipeline was installed back in the 80s with a 24-inch diameter pipeline. This is over 20 years ago, so you can appreciate that the system has undergone significant wear and tear, which has caused frequent leaks and service interruptions. We also have to bear in mind the fact that our population has grown significantly over the last 20 years. So, Mr. President, you can see that we are servicing a lot more people in that region. And being a government who always puts the people first, we believe that the people of St. Lucia deserve to have a reliable water system. This is what putting people first looks like. It's not about just talking the talk, but also walking the walk. Mr. President, the people of St. Lucia elected this Labour government back in 2021. This government was honest with the people of St. Lucia and made good on their promises to them. And this is why the people recognize this honesty. They also recognize that every decision that the Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, makes is always to benefit the people of St. Lucia. And we have seen this. And this is why the people again spoke and said, we trust you. And we know that you will always work in our best interest. Mr. President, the opposition and some of those right here in the Senate have been trying to peddle a narrative about this Labour government coming to borrow 600 million. But Mr. President, let the record show that the last time prior to now that this government came to the House to borrow any monies was 2 years ago. It was back in 2024. Mr. President, there have been constant leaks and other issues to the pipelines for a number of years. And this results in persons in those areas not having water, and sometimes for extended periods of time. Mr. President, we cannot do without water. We all need water. In addition, Mr. President, we need water for our schools, for agriculture, for hotels, businesses, and the list goes on. So this money that we are asking for will be used to replace, like I said, the older, smaller 24-inch diameter pipelines, which currently produce frequent leakage of water, and replace it with a bigger 32-inch diameter pipeline, which will improve efficiency and bring water to the homes of St. Lucians, to the St. Lucian public. The second motion, Mr. President, deals with the Thebes water supply system, which is a critical part of St. Lucia's water infrastructure. Water from the John Compton Dam and the Millet and Vanna intakes are pumped to this water supply system, which then serves over 40,000 customers from Millet to Capestate. Mr. President, this critical part of the water supply system definitely needs upgrading. Again, it was built back in 1993 and expanded in 2007. Mr. President, this is actually 19 years ago. It needs upgrading. It currently functions at only 60% efficiency. There are deteriorated components, outdated technology. 6 out of the 10 filters, they malfunction regularly. I'm sure that everyone here gets the picture. So we can all see that it desperately needs an overhaul in order to deliver a supply of potable water to the people of St. Lucia. Another very important component of this Thebes water supply system project is rainwater harvesting. Mr. President, rainwater harvesting is essential for our population, particularly in this current geopolitical environment. It is a sustainable, cost-effective water source that reduces utility bills. It lowers the water bill, Mr. President, so by installing the rainwater systems, it protects our vulnerable communities. The third motion, Mr. President, is another very important water supply project which we must give attention to. This is the Patience Community Water Supply Project. Mr. President, Patience is a community within the Micoud North District, close to Micoud South. This water system, it feeds areas like Sainte-Marie, Patience, Lombard, Monripo, etc. During the rainy season, the people in those areas are left with muddy water, unfortunately. The quality of the water becomes very poor as a result of no filtration. So persons can be left without any water for days to weeks. And the people in the higher areas are worse affected by the situation. The leader of government business, she gave a very detailed explanation of the way in which the government of St. Lucia will ensure a reliable water supply to the Patience area. Mr. President, we need to do something about that. This project started in 2023 and it has been ongoing. We are just asking for some monies to finish off the project. Mr. President, I know persons who get affected by this situation, particularly during heavy rainfall, and it is not a nice situation. I consider Micoud North and Micoud South to be one. So what affects them also affects me. Mr. President, in all three situations, I have explained in detail the need for improvements to all of these systems. Again, I cannot emphasize enough that water is life. Every single sector in society needs water. Mr. President, this Labour government cares about all the people of St. Lucia. Which is why these resolutions will positively impact persons not only in the north, but also in the south of the island. So I'm asking my fellow senators to approve these resolutions because the people of St. Lucia deserve to have water, and water which they can consume readily and on a daily basis. I thank you.
Senator Albert Poyet.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the three motions as presented by Leader of Government Business in this Honorable House. But before I make my contribution on these motions, I want to join my fellow senators in expressing my condolences to Senator D'Iberville and her family on the passing of the beloved Tekla D'Iberville. Your mom was loved by many, many people, and that is an indication that gives you strength and courage. And I do recall your dad. He was the life and soul of the party. So I ask you to remain strong, remain courageous, and you will continue the legacy of your parents. I want to take this opportunity also to congratulate our dearly beloved Deputy Clerk, Sharon Montut, who will be moving to greener pastures. She will be retiring, and I know St. Lucia will be too small for her celebration and making use of her time. So I wish you happy retirement, good health, long life, and prosperity. I want to welcome the new faces in the Senate, my colleague, Senator George Goddard, joining us in this session. I know you have been there before, but in this session, this is the first time you are joining us here, this new government. And I want to welcome my other Babono person on the other side. Today, Mr. President, we are discussing a matter that is very dear to the heart and soul of all St. Lucians and this government. And I say a matter because we are talking about water. And if we truly believe that water is life, then we should not even have a debate here. However, because certain aspects of the water component, which involves money, and you know once money is involved, there will be debates for or against. But I don't think my colleague on the other side have any objection to water, because that means we have no life. And the issue of borrowing, it means borrowing for life, because we will not allow ourselves to die and say if we have the capacity to borrow, we will borrow to protect lives. And this is what this government is doing, that we have to protect the lives of the people in this country, including the lives of those of us who are sitting right here in this honorable house. Mr. President, I see the government borrowing as the Prime Minister, maybe in his own strategy, decided not to borrow every Tuesday. Whatever resources he had, he stretched it as best as he could. And when the time, when we call crunch time, he decided he's going to borrow. And Mr. President, I speak because I was fortunate to be around the table when this government entered its term, the last term. And we saw the number of cases that appeared where government had to pay debt that it inherited. And whatever the Prime Minister did to raise the funds to take care of this debt, and did not have to borrow as frequently as the previous administration did, he did a fantastic job in that area. And to borrow a little more than $75,000 to take care of water in the Feebles water treatment plant, in looking at the Pasias people, and then replacing the long outdated pipes coming from the John Compton Dam going up north. It's a good investment in the lives of the people, Mr. President. And sometimes when I listen and I hear about the government did not continue the desilting, I'm wondering, had the government done everything right with the dam and water was ready to flow, through what pipe, Mr. President, would that water pass? The burst pipe, it never reached its destination. The people would still be suffering for water. So both the silting and the pipe has to happen. And with that, this government has decided to fix the pipe so that at least the water that is there in the dam can reach the people. Because many times we see burst pipes all over the place, and for hours these water run out, and the people are still not getting. If we say the water is limited, they are still not getting it because the pipes are not good. So I'm very pleased that the government is investing in repairing those pipes. Mr. Speaker, the leader of government business, Mr. President, the leader of government business has articulated the importance of these bills, and there is no need to rehash that, because when we look at the issue of gathering water, and those of us who have read extensively will understand that women spend a lot of time gathering water, especially in countries where water is not readily available. About over 50% of the time would be spent gathering water, because they need water to take care of the household, to take care of the children, the domestic matters. We are looking at our hotels. Our hotels are consuming a lot of water. We are looking at the education system. The day there is no water in the school, that school is closed for that day. You look at the hospitals and a number of areas that water is needed instantly. And when I look at the program and the budget statement from the Prime Minister, budget statement 2025 to 26, the Prime Minister did promise the people of St. Lucia that he would address the water situation. And he could not have ended his term without making the necessary moves for him to begin to address some of the critical issues. And I also look at the government's revenue, whatever government collected. The last government in its term came out of a COVID situation. And that COVID left people at a point where the country was almost at a standstill. And therefore there was need to help people put their lives back together in terms of the social programs. People needed food on the table, they needed to address health issues and a number of areas. And the government was able to balance its resources so that we provided whatever water was available, provide the social programs, health, education, and so on. And now the government is ready to address what we call the mega projects. And if you notice, Mr. President, that the debate that will continue today will show you that the government is actually addressing what we call the long-term sustainable projects. And you could not have done that early in your term when your people are dying, your people were out of job, they had nothing to do, and you go and build a nice road for them. What are they going to eat? You had to feed them first. You had to give them a little job for them to take care of their families. And later on, and this is exactly what the Prime Minister has done, now he can invest. He can afford to borrow so that he can take care of the long-term issues that will impact the people. And I look at the agenda today. It's very interesting, and I'm very happy that this money will be put into good use. I say that, Mr. President, because I saw how prudent the Prime Minister is when he spends the people's money. And he wants transparency, he wants accountability, and he's putting the money in the right place. So no amount of figures that are quoted here will be an issue for challenge, because the Prime Minister, the government is going to put the money in the right place to serve the people. And the people of St. Lucia are very, very, very clear about that.
Clear.
Very, very, very clear. And they made it so clear that when I look at the water in the jar there, it's just as clear as this. And that's why we're talking about water. On December 1st, they gave the Prime Minister and his group the nod to continue. They didn't know these big projects were just about to start. And because they gave him the mandate, he just continued the program. He didn't prepare a supplementary budget to review what he had to do. It was clear. So he went ahead and he implemented it. So that at the end of the day, we have these big projects coming now, which will begin to address the big issues. Mr. President, I look at water as an issue that is close to my heart. You know why? I came from a community, and when I did the background, why they call the community by the name Babono. I hope my colleague on the other side know that. Ba-bon-glo. It means ridge of good water. And Mr. President, I can just give you a little lecture and maybe my little colleagues around the table, that before the John Compton Dam was established, it was the Babono water plant that was supplying the north of the island with water, including Castries, Grosile, and its environs. The water was coming from this giant mountain there called La Saucière. And the water would go into Talvan and pump into Hill 20. And even now as we speak, while those on the other side talk about water, we're still supplying the north, because the trucks are coming to Babono. They don't have to go right down to the John Compton Dam to pick up the water. They come to Babono, and Babono people are even complaining that, okay, we have to share what we have, but they are going there for water to take to Cap Estate, to Grosile, Castries, and whoever requests water. So we are still. So I'm saying that, Mr. President, where government will look at the John Compton Dam and so on, but we also have what we call the secondary sources of water, which will give backup to the major supply anytime there is some kind of challenge. So I look forward to seeing that water project, not just what we are looking at, but the expansion, the issue of rainwater harvesting, especially persons who are living at high elevation. We have to educate our people so that they begin to understand the value. But it must be done in a systematic and organized way. It's not just harvesting water. The water must be water that you can use and not putting your own health at risk. So people need a comprehensive education program on how to harvest water properly. That is important. Mr. President, closer to home again, we have the little community in Babono called Debara. And the European Union gave us support to the tune of $1.3 million. And these people have well-treated water at Debara. Before, the water was coming straight from the source, and they would put a little chlorine in it, and then the water comes in all sometimes muddy and in a mess. But now they have a treatment plant that costs $1.3 million, and that came from a grant from the European Union. Some of the monies that we see in the discussion today, some of them are grants. So when people talk about loan, there are grants in that discussion that's coming in. It's not everything that. And then we have the issue of investment and other areas. So at the end of the day, Mr. President, it's a very balanced discussion, very balanced and prudent way of handling money. Mr. President, we have to look at the benefits of the water. I heard the independent senator spoke about a comprehensive approach, a holistic approach to water. And I'm very happy and pleased to know that the government has established a cabinet committee to work with WASCO to look at the water. This is a very positive sign. And those on the other side, they need to organize themselves and come up with some good suggestions. Don't be selfish, because you might be the one that will be missing water. The water is our business. There is no secret about that. The day your tank empty, it will be public knowledge. So you better keep it full. So what we are saying, whatever the government is doing, is not for some people, it's for everybody. Whether they're on this side, that side, or whatever. When it comes to servicing the people, we take care of the people. We put everybody first. So I commend the government for coming up with these resolutions, these motions, to ensure that we make a big dent in addressing our water situation in St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Previll.
Just as Mr. President, just for clarity, you would have read the motions before us for this debate, and you would have read, I think, that every motion was consisting of a loan today before us. There were no grants before us. I noticed you mentioned the grant, but it was not in the... Okay, very well. Just for clarity.
Thank you.
And accuracy.
Thank you. Senator Iturbu.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, colleagues, for the kind words expressed this morning. Hopefully I don't have to wash my eyes out today. But if I do, you see a little bit of water, just a little bit of water, I think you would understand why. And for the independent senator who mentioned that I'm sure that I would have been expected to go to work, that actually was the expectation. And I would also like to thank or to congratulate Ms. Montoute on her retirement, pre-retirement. I'm hoping that she did not get too tired before she left, and that she has an opportunity to be able to enjoy retirement. A lot of people recently have worked until the end, pretty much, and not take the time out to be able to enjoy the fruits of their labor. And so I wish her all the best on her pre-retirement journey. Mr. President, I sat here listening to our colleagues today on the three joint bills that we're discussing, motion, sorry. And sometimes I think we need to understand that objections should not be mere objections because of the side that we sit on. We sometimes have to be practical. This is an issue that the government is trying to resolve that would benefit and assist everybody. And for the few times that I've been here, this is our third sitting. All of what has been presented is benefiting everybody at every level. There's nothing for some and not for the rest. It covers everybody. And so, with our colleagues on the other side, although two of them were able to indicate that they did agree, one of our senators, it was a little bit difficult for him to agree to what was happening in the House today, but we still understand. We know that you would benefit and you'd be very happy when your tanks are full, because I know you do water harvest, and that we would all be very happy to be able to see this actually come through. But there's also a fascination, I'm not sure why, of the 600 million. We heard that 600 million was received from CIP. We heard that the money that we're borrowing is 600 million. And it's just a lot of suggestions as to where those monies are coming from or why it should add up to that amount. And so, in my humble view here, when I look at what has been presented and what we have as fact before us, even with the amounts that have been, or what has been done under the previous administration of the 8%, we'd be generous enough to say maybe there was dredging at 10%. We'd surely have to have had a $60 million just for dredging alone. We are looking at an amount here that covers a number of projects. And water being so important, a suggestion was made that it should have been taken from here and not from there. But that's what government is about, and being in government, you decide where it comes from. And
And that is the prerogative of the Prime Minister. And so I remember, I was not part of this honorable chamber, but I remember previously that it was said, give the government a chance to govern. And so in this instance, I think we really should allow the government to be able to do that, what they've promised. They continue to do what they've promised without fail. And so even with the suggestions that it may be grand amounts, but we have exactly what it is going to be used for. And we have no reason to doubt, based on what has happened in the last 4 years, almost 5 years, we have no reason to doubt that those funds are going to be used as they have been stated. No reason. And so, again, it is a national priority, and I'm sure if it were a national priority for the other side, we would not have been stuck at 8%. Gracious with 10%, we would not have been stuck there for one part of the process. And Mr. President, I just want to say to our fellow senators, all of us, that when we come to this honorable chamber, we are coming to serve the people and not to confuse them, not to create fear, not to create doubt. Let us come because among ourselves, I think we have a lot of degrees in here. So we are intelligent people, and so are the people of St. Lucia. St. Lucians are very intelligent, and we should not take them for granted. We should not try to mislead them. We have an obligation in our professional lives and as representatives of the people in this house to be able to tell the truth and tell it well. Don't twist it. Don't confuse them. Give them the information as we have it. Yes, we have privileges of the house, but the people are listening. And they may not understand what the privilege means. All they will hear is the words. It will resonate with them because it sounds like Roro. And we want to cling on to that. We know better. Let's do better. Let's do better as senators. We have the information, and let us be able to disseminate it to the people in the way and in the manner that would benefit all of us. I thank you.
Senator Shaw.
Mr. President, thank you. I rise to support the resolution, or the 3 resolutions before us. Yeah, sorry. That's why I didn't want the box too close to me, because they might not see me on the other side. But thank you very much. Mr. President, I rise to support the 3 resolutions here before us. But before I proceed, I would like to echo the sentiments already expressed by as many of my colleagues here. First, to Senator De Turville on the loss of a dear mother, who was a very good, a very powerful lady in St. Lucia, and a stalwart for women's rights and women's affairs in this country. And also, she was the strength behind the man who was once the president of the Senate and a good comrade of mine. I also would like to, I don't know if it is congratulate, but I would like to wish my good friend and the clerk, Ms. Montoute, an old friend of mine before. He was my boss at one time, and he would say he was not going into retirement, he was going into new tirement. So I think you're going to be wearing new tires, and I ask you to roll well. Mr. President, water security is a fundamental component of national security. Access to sufficient clean water is essential for public health, economic stability, food security, for the prevention of conflict, and social instability. Climate change, rapid urbanization, and aging infrastructure make water shortages a strategic threat, capable of causing social unrest and economic paralysis. Water infrastructure is critical infrastructure. The investments in the John Compton Dam, the TR Feebles treatment plant, the transmission and distribution network, and what we are borrowing for Pralin is the lifeline of our country. There can be no room for procrastination, no room for resistance, no room for vacillation, and no space for detractors, Mr. President. Resistance is an enemy within. Resistance has no strength of its own. Every ounce of its juice it possesses comes from us. We feed it with power by our fear of it. Master of that fear, and we conquer resistance. And this is what some people are trying to do here this morning, is to cause fear. Resistance is insidious. Resistance will tell you anything to keep you from doing what you must do. It will perjure, fabricate, falsify, seduce, bully, cajole. Resistance is protean. That is ever-changing shape or form. And as I go on, you will see, and you have listened to people who have changed form during the presentations this morning. It will assume any form if that's what it takes to deceive us. It will reason with you like a lawyer or jam a 9mm in your face like a gunman. Resistance has no conscience. It will pledge anything to get a deal, then double-cross you as you turn your back. If you take resistance at its word, you deserve everything you get, because resistance is always lying and always full of, I will not say it, maybe I would say something of bovine material. Then there's procrastination, which is the most common manifestation of resistance, because it is the easiest to rationalize. Some of us might tell ourselves, okay, let's say I'm going to lose weight, but instead you'll say, I'll go on a diet. I'm just going to start tomorrow. The most pernicious aspect of procrastination, Mr. President, is that it can become a habit. We don't just put off our lives today, we put them off till our deathbed. Never forget, this very moment we can change our lives. There never was a moment, and never will be, when we are without the power to alter our destiny. This second, we can turn the tables on resistance. This second, we can sit down and do our work. This second, we will stop resistance, and we will vote for the support of the resolutions for funding the water sector improvement projects. We stand at a critical crossroads, Mr. Speaker. And then this morning, I listened to some of our presentations on the matter and about the debate about who had done what and who hadn't done what. And of course, that project, I recall vividly, in 2018, it was 2015, on the November 24th, 2015, Dr. Kenny Anthony was up at the John Compton Dam with the presence of the CDB representative, Mr. Dupini at the time, who was the head of the projects and division at the bank. to start to launch the John Compton Dam desalination, desilting project. That was November 2015. On the following day, there was another ceremony in Vieux-Fort because Dr. Anthony and the Labour Party had put so much effort into trying to bring that water matter to a close, or to make the kind of investment in the water sector, well understanding the threats that we faced and the crisis that we were in. So it is not fair to say that Labour Party had done nothing about it. Then, come 2016, the Labour Party was out of government. The UWP assumed the leadership role of leading this country. And what did happen? The project was stopped. The project was stopped. And there was already a contract signed with the CDB at that time, right? There was a loan agreement. And I have a copy of that agreement which I can circulate to you, Mr. President. That loan agreement, the first loan agreement was signed in just give me a second. Oh Lord, now it's stuck on me. Yeah. So the project was, the loan was amended on the 17th of April 2018. It was amended. No. There was a contract that was signed. There was a contract that was signed on the 12th of January 2016 by Dr. Anthony. That is why I'm telling you there was a ceremony. There was a ceremony at the John Compton Dam to commence the project. And the project was stopped. And then you went into a new agreement.
Senator
so that the project started in 2018.
Mr. President, on a point of order, and which I don't usually do. If you see my practice, I allow my colleagues opposite to
make your point of order, please.
If there is a loan agreement, and I have the actual document before me, the appraisal report dated December 11, 2014, and I think he's suggesting that the actual loan was signed in December in 2016. January 2016. But it's the same resources. What a new government coming in can do is repurpose. That's what they did. They repurposed the loan. That's what they did, is repurpose it. They didn't stop it. And it's because the report showed by Golder and Associates, it was to prioritize desilting. When I looked at this appraisal report, I was a bit confused. I'm saying, if desilting is a major issue, why are you going and do all of these other things and ignoring the desilting? So it's the member is misleading the House to say that the project was stopped. We repurposed the loan to focus on desilting. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
please continue.
Mr. President, sir.
Yes.
I will read for you what the project document says. Whereas by loan number 34 SFR ORSTL dated January 12, 2016 and made between the bank and the borrower, the bank agreed to lend the borrower under the guarantee of the government of St. Lucia an amount not exceeding 14,718,000 United States dollars, 14,798,000. So it means that there was an agreement in 2016 so that the project would have started. But I'm saying in all fairness, yeah, it was the prerogative of the government not to continue as was agreed, and they decided to change. But the fact is the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party had already made the decision to do the desilting. Right. So to suggest, because somebody had said that the Labour Party had not done nothing, because it was the very Labour Party under the leadership of Dr. Kenny Anthony and then the then Public Utilities Minister, Dr. James Fletcher, who were the ones who engaged and caused this process to commence. So grave that it was. Anyway, the next point is that we keep about trying to scare people about the $600 million that is going to be borrowed. And someone said that I think it was Senator from who said that if you borrow all that kind of money now, his grandchildren or his granddaughter would not be able to, I think, would have to pay that kind of money back. But are we going to continue to procrastinate about it? On the one hand, you are saying that it is too much money. No amount of money is too much to invest in the water sector for the people of St. Lucia. And today, to listen to the very people who did everything that they could to undermine the CIP project. Today, CIP is the solution for treating with the water sector. Could you imagine, Mr. President? The very people who went all over the world, who who brought in some kind of nefarious people.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hate to interrupt the senator, but the allegations of trying to undermine the CIP project all over.
Are you rising on a point of order, Senator?
Yes, sir. He's misleading the House by suggesting that we're trying to undermine the CIP project. The government that has undermined the CIP project by gross mismanagement is the Labour Party.
Please continue, Senator Lucia. Sorry, Senator Preble.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have to be very careful with the words.
Are you rising on a point of order?
A point of order, yes, Mr. Because my esteemed colleague indicated that over here we were attempting to, or the government, the last administration was attempting to mislead the public and confuse them with respect to the CIP. Now, Mr. President, seeking any government, the public, the opposition, asking any government to account, to observe proper due diligence, to observe the law with respect to a CIP in this case, is not opposing the government or undermining a program, is simply asking the program to be managed in the manner in keeping with the law. That is what I can say very clearly, that we have, that the United Workers' Party in opposition has never sought to undermine the CIP, but has always consistently sought to draw to the attention of the government that if we do not manage this program properly, there will be consequences, which we are now seeing. I thank you, Chair.
Please continue, Senator.
Mr. President, you see what I told you in my opening remarks, that people can take different forms. You know, in your biology classes, there's something called an amoeba or proteins. Yeah, that's what is happening now. Because at a different point, last year, year before, even in the start of this year, and you can go in social media, all the records are there. You can go to HTS and DBS. There were full interviews to derail the CIP program, particularly the infrastructure component of it. So I'm pleasantly surprised that today, the very UWP is on a campaign now saying that we can go and find the money in CIP to do the infrastructure program. But I move on, Mr. President. But I move on, Mr. President. So you see, today we have all the crocodile tears that CIP is the solution. But you see, it is the first time in 2 years that the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance went to the lower house to come with any amount of money to borrow in 2 years. Because why? As my goodly senator said, the Prime Minister inherited The Prime Minister inherited an economy that was in tatters, the worst in this hemisphere ever. And at that time, it was even before COVID, we had seen the decline. We were down to about minus 20% of GDP, of growth. That's a fact. It's there in the records. So don't come and say today that we are borrowing. We are borrowing too much to deal with the water sector. On the one hand, you're saying we are borrowing too much and we should go to CIP. On the other corner of your mouth, you're saying, yes, we need to do it and we support it. We applaud you for supporting it. And you should, and that's the right thing to do. We should not even be having that sort of debate. See, Mr. President, water is life. It is a finite resource. We have, and we all know the challenges that Wasco faces. The government of St. Lucia and the Labour Party made no secret about that. And we had given you copies of that, Senator. On page 31, it said exactly what we were going to do about water and sewage. So we're not bluffing. Promises made, promises delivered, and we went back to it. We said a dependable, Mr. President, in the manifesto, it said a dependable water supply is fundamental to St. Lucia's health, prosperity, and growth. The aging water infrastructure needs an urgent upgrade if the demands of households are to be satisfied and the demands of a growing economy are to be met. In addition, the negative impact of climate change has added to the challenge of securing a dependable supply of potable water. The next Labour Party government will, therefore, make the necessary interventions to ensure that everyone has access to reliable, affordable, potable water, and the island is able to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, clean water and sanitation by 2030. We said so, and it's all listed. Replace the aging water and sewage systems with modern networks to reduce the loss of treated water from aging pipelines. Improve the maintenance of the John Compton Dam and T.R. Feebles plant to secure a reliable supply of water for the North. Continue the unfinished exercise started by the previous administration of desilting the John Compton Dam. Preserve and maintain catchments, areas, and treatment facilities across the island. Install treated water storage in communities of higher elevations to use gravity flow. Continue to incentivize private and commercial water harvesting and storage. You have heard the Prime Minister saying so all the time. And he has already given incentives to remove the VAT and all the duties on water tanks and appliances and so on, so that you people can get into doing that in rainwater harvesting. And he's committed to doing it, and he says in this coming budget, he's going to put more incentives to make that happen, because it is critical for our development. He said to integrate the use of renewable energy into the water sector operations. Encourage the development of private sewer systems, and there's work ongoing as we speak in these areas. Strengthen the governance structure of the water company, Wasco. This is what was promised, and this is what we are doing. And this is just a small step by coming to borrow this little amount to begin with the John Compton Dam and the pipeline, because that pipeline, we know it all the time. It's not today, it ruptures all the time, my friends. So let us not go into this thing of trying to hoodwink people and we on this side and we on the other side.
Yes, Mr. President, I rise on a point of order.
What's your point of order?
The member is misleading the House grossly.
Where have I misled the House?
He said that the Prime Minister has not come to the House to borrow. But, Mr. President, in front of me, I've got the, on table 36 of the Economic and Social Review for 2024, it definitely has shown that the public debt of the official debt of the country has moved, Mr. President, from 4.8 billion to over 5 billion. So
Mr. President.
if he's indicating that the Prime Minister has not borrowed in 2 years, then
Mr.
where
President.
did that come from? We have not seen the Economic and Social Review for 2025. So where are you? I would
So what
like
is
to ask,
misleading?
where is he getting that from?
Well, he said
But certainly in 2024,
And his statement was that the Prime Minister has not borrowed since 2024.
no, but it doesn't make it 2 years because it's 1 year outstanding of the Economic and Social Review. It's a financial period. This is done. The Economic and Social Review is done on a calendar year.
Right.
So let's say that's correct for 2025. 2026 is not completed. The member is in no position to say that without the numbers for 2026. We are just in the first quarter of 2026. It is absolutely impossible for the member to say that. I don't know if it's just a rhetoric or a talking point of the Labour Party, but in 2024, the debt moved from 4.8 billion to 5.18 billion,
And as I
it
said,
increased
Senator
by
Fede,
almost $400 million.
Yes, Senator Fede. As I said, he may have said 2 years, but he did say it since 2024. So I agree with you that the math may
Yeah,
not be exactly
doesn't
right,
matter. Yeah.
but he did admit that there was borrowing in 2024. Senator Prevost?
Yeah, Chair, Mr. President, and I'm sure Senator Jean, the point he's trying to make is that there has been no significant borrowing because in the budget, the estimates which were approved for this financial year that we are currently in, the borrowing there is $325 million. So it would be a bit misleading to say that the government has not come before this House to borrow in the last 2 years. As the existing budget, the one that is currently enforced, does have borrowing to the tune of $325 million. Just for clarity and accuracy.
Mr. President,
Senator
on the point of
Jean, yes.
since Senator Jean is on the floor, I can request a point of clarification.
Point of elucidation. So you
And
are
elucidation.
you are elucidating Senator Jean's.
Yes, so that I could respond to Senator.
And does Senator Jean
Prevost.
yield?
Mr. President, both Senator Fede and Senator Prevost are using incorrect sources to confirm government's borrowing. A government borrows not in the estimates. The estimates show the government's intention to borrow. That is not economic heresy. You have two economists who are sitting next to you, from who you must learn.
Yes.
Your two economists would know.
Please address the chair when speaking.
Correct. Mr. President, Senator Senator Fede's source of using the Economic and Social Review of 2024 would point to the debt of the previous year, which would be 2023. So that does not confirm or does it refute what Senator just said. The debt is taken, the debt is recorded after it is taken. We can confirm from the resolutions of this House what debt has been taken. What we're doing here today, which is on the order paper, and for which you have resolutions, show what is being borrowed. Correct? So we can use the resolutions of last year to verify how much was taken last year. And we have not been able to get any order paper which shows that the government borrowed any money for 2025. Okay? For 2025. In 2024, the order papers, which I have before me, would show the borrowings that took place during that year, 2024. But they were not taken in 2025. The estimates of expenditure and revenue they are estimates. So even though there is a figure in there for borrowing, unless they come to the House and the Senate and get approval, then we cannot say that they borrowed. Okay, so we just need to put that in proper context, and I hope that opposition members, especially Senator Dominic Fady, understands how borrowing is calculated and how borrowing is recorded.
Senator Fady?
Yeah. Well, I thank the senator for her large passage of economic heresy. The social and economic review is very clear. The table I read from is table 36, total public sector outstanding liabilities as at December 31st, 2024. And so therefore what it has done, Mr. President, and if any of the member wishes, I can make it a document of the House. It's on page 148. And it says clearly that as of December 31st, 2024, that the total debt, it moved from 4.78 billion, official debt, that is, to 5.1 billion. The member is also incorrect in stating that the estimates only record the base year or the forward year or the projection. It also records the following year or at least the previous two budgets, where it shows you in the summary where various important economic indicators are moving towards. So you get at least 3 years. So the member will know what the debt for the previous year was, what the actual was. You have the actual in the estimates, and then you also have what is predicted, Mr. President. So the preliminary figures would be there, and so the person who needs an explanation on how debt is measured is the senator opposite.
Thank you. Senator Jacques, can you please continue? But the point, I think, is we're still the same place where you were initially, which is Senator Jacques said that there will be no borrowing since 2024. But please continue, Senator Jacques.
Mr. President, let us continue the business of the people. I think there's one of the things that we have to understand that Wasco, I think, was water supply started way back in the 1800s. A lot of that infrastructure, which were put in when you had the Castries Town Board, and then it eventually evolved to WASA and then Wasco. A lot of that infrastructure, like many of us, have aged. And as the infrastructure ages and in the kind of hostile environment underground, as indicated by the independent senator, as against when you have power supply systems that run above ground, we have to have a good program of operations and maintenance. And so for that to be able to happen, the utility itself must be given the resources that it needs to be able to attend to the aging infrastructure and for the replacement of aging assets. And that means in the price structure, there must be provisions for them to have sufficient resources for capital expenditure and that they're able to cover their operational expenditure. As the current price structure is today, and when one considers what we pay for a gallon of water, I mean the first 3,000 gallons of water, you pay a rate of about $24.42 it is, sorry. And if you get down into that, that works to less than a cent per gallon. Think about it. We have to get that to sink in, and that I know currently the National Utilities Regulation Commission, Regulatory Commission is going around the country, and WASCO has applied for a rate review. But I'm appealing to St. Lucians to consider the challenges that if we want a reliable, safe source of potable water, that we must do what we must do for ourselves, because no one will do it for us. And to think that what the first step that the government has taken is too much money to borrow to put into that sector, I say to think it again and support this bill. Mr. President, one time a great scientist, Louis Pasteur, said, we drink 90% of our illnesses. The people in the water sector have made us live longer because we are able to access water from the streams and other sources to treat it. And today we see that life expectancy is longer. And that is because over the centuries, over the years in St. Lucia, and you have to give credit to Sir John Compton with a lot of the work he did in getting people out of the streams, and we have to continue the work. But do not come here and try to bluff people and say that the government is not doing the right thing by borrowing this amount of money. And this is only a small amount, because what is required to bring that water sector to where it ought to be, we probably need about $300 million for starters.
600.
This is a small step in the right direction. And Mr. President, I wish to commend the resolution and support it in fullest, so that the people of St. Lucia can get some relief as we continue the work to find more money to get Wasco to where it's supposed to be, to deliver water, a reliable sources of water, 24/7 water to all the people of St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I intended to join you initially in offering condolences to Senator de Turville and her family on the passing of her mom. But I think I was so anxious to get onto the business that I omitted to do so. So I want to do so now. I want to let Senator de Turville know that my thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. Her mom was one who I considered a role model. I told her so. From her very posture, I always tried, every time I was drifting, to remember Mrs. de Turville's posture, her stature, her professionalism. She carried out a number of training sessions for me while I was PS in the Ministry of Infrastructure as well as at the NERC. And I was fascinated by her style. It was one that you had to go away with something because of the manner in which she presented her customer service programs. So she will be dearly missed, and I just want to let Senator de Turville know that I'm praying for her comfort during this most difficult time. I also admire her courage to be here today and also to contribute to the people's business in the Senate. I can just say also that Senator de Turville's father was my attorney, and he helped me make some decisions while I was young and just coming out. And the very fatherly way in which he spoke to me, I had no other choice but to listen to his counsel. Also, I wish to, well, not wish, maybe I should say regret, to see our deputy clerk demitting office. But I am sure, like Senator Ignatius just said, that she will be retiring. But the tire spelled Tyre. she will be putting on new threads, I believe, because for a young person that she is, I don't expect that she will be going into some back place. I believe that there will be much more for her to do as she leaves. Mr. President, I want to thank senators for their support to the motions that are before us for the water sector. I want to thank especially those on the government side who have been able to articulate the benefits of these projects to the people and also to justify the loans that are going to be taken in order to get these projects going. I particularly want to reiterate the comprehensive nature in which the Philip J. Pierre or the SLP administration has handled the water situation. Because we didn't get to this point today. We have had water issues for many years. And Mr. President, I just want to reference a press release of March 2010. Seems the internet has gone down on me. Where Dominica was assisting St. Lucia with their water needs in March of 2010, how it came back. I remember I was, again, permanent secretary in the Ministry of Infrastructure at the time. You know, sometimes it's convenient to say for some people to say where I was and impute certain things on what I did and didn't do. But in March of 2010, Mr. President, St. Lucia experienced drought-like conditions. And so our water levels had gotten tremendously low. So on March 4th, 2010, from the Dominica News Online, it stated Dominica to help with St. Lucia's water needs. And it says Dominica will be assisting at least one Caribbean country with its water needs as drought-like conditions continue to pose problems for some areas in the region. St. Lucia is the largest country to request water assistance from Dominica, and General Manager of the Water and Sewage Company, the WASCO, has disclosed that moves are already being made to assist. Mr. President, later on that year in 2010, we experienced the damaging effects of Hurricane Thomas. It was in October of 2010 that we faced Thomas. And soon after that, Dominica came to our rescue again and sent not only bulk water, but also sent a lot of bottled water. Going further, Mr. President, the government of St. Lucia pursued, because after Hurricane Thomas, the dam became heavily silted. And I must say that Senator Dominic Fede was correct in he got his figures right as it relates to the capacity of the dam and the silt that was in the dam post-Hurricane Thomas. So while we had a capacity of over 800 million gallons of water in the dam, we went down to about 300 million. And so there was always that move to desilting the dam. There were several bathymetric surveys that were carried out, and the decision was taken to desilt the dam in 2016. That was when the loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank was signed. Further to that, Mr. President, you would realize there was a National Water and Sewerage Commission which was established to regulate water and sewage in St. Lucia. And in 2013, the National Water and Sewerage Commission granted a tariff determination to WASCO where a 66.6% increase was granted for water rates. 10.43% of that was supposed to go towards the dredging of the John Compton Dam. So every consumer pays 10.43% to WASCO for the dredging of the dam. These funds were placed into a dredging fund, or are placed because we're still paying for it. Every single consumer, tout moun ki ka paye pour glo, ka paye 10.43% unless you ka consume for the dredging of the dam. Okay? So it is not to say that is WASCO that paying for the dam, for the dredging, or government paying for the dredging. It is the people of St. Lucia who is paying for the dredging of the dam. Okay, let's put it in context. Further to that, the National Water and Sewerage Commission developed conditions for managing that dredging fee. Because recognizing that it is being paid by the people, they ensured or sought to ensure that the monies that they're paying, that consumers are paying, was going towards the purpose for which it is being paid. Part of the conditions included an annual audit of that dredging fund. Additionally, WASCO was supposed to have been providing to the regulator, which was the National Water and Sewerage Commission at the time, they had to be providing to the regulator certain reports. They were supposed to provide all procurement even before the items were procured, and several other things that were included in the conditions for managing the dredging fee. After the National Water and Sewerage Commission, and one of the point was that the dredging fee was supposed to have been effective 2013 to 2015, one triennium. It would have been 12 to 15, but the determination was made in 2013. It was supposed to be done for one triennium. However, because the project had not started, the National Water and Sewerage Commission gave an extension of the dredging fee, but on condition that that WASCO had submitted a proposal to that effect. Unfortunately, the National Water and Sewerage Commission never gave a further end date to the dredging fee collection. In 2016, when the loan was taken from, when the loan agreement was signed with the Caribbean Development Bank, the government also changed the National Water and Sewerage Commission to the National Utilities Regulatory Commission to allow that entity to regulate not only water and sewage, but also electricity. So all of that was being done to safeguard the public's interest. We know what happened on June 6, 2016, all the 60s, and perhaps that's why there seemed to be that fetish with 6. So June 6, 2016, the Kenny Anthony administration demitted office and the Alan Chasney administration came in. John Compton Dam project stopped. It didn't continue. So to say that a project started because there were designs and so on, we look for projects when there is work on the ground. Implementation, that's what we're looking for. So 2014, you're still in feasibility stage. Bathymetric surveys taking place. All different things are happening. Appraisal report being done and all of that. You have no money to do any project. You cannot say the project started. So when the government came into office, their original loan, according to the loan agreement, was supposed to be for 14 point. It was supposed to be my iPad has done me something. It was supposed to be in the region of 14 million US dollars for the entire project. However, because of the revision of the loan, and I'm hearing about repurposing of the loan. Repurposing of a loan means that you intended to take a loan for a certain purpose, and now you have changed your purpose. In the case of the John Compton Dam project, the loan was not repurposed. The loan element was revised. So 14 million was supposed to be for the sediment disposal area, for the dredging, for the spillway, for everything. They reduced it to 10 million and they removed the sediment disposal component from the loan and they paid for it directly from the dredging fund. It is a non-finance bank project within the second loan agreement of the Caribbean Development Bank. So, Senator Descott, your appraisal document will show you one thing in 2014, but you would have to go to your loan agreements of 2016 and 2018 to see the actual components that are within that loan. Okay? Let me go now to the role of the CEO of the NUC. Because if that is what is going to be pointed as if to suggest that the CEO of the NUC did anything untoward, the NUC the NUC is established to regulate the water sector, water, sewage, and electricity sector. According to the conditions for managing the dredging fee, the NUC could not stop anything. The NUC is expected to monitor what is happening, to record what is happening, and to issue, to let the water and sewage company know what ought to be in accordance with the conditions for managing the fee. It does not say that the NUC can stop it. However, when the NUC saw the escalating cost on the project, based on what WASCO themselves provided as their cost requirement, the NERC had to say to WASCO, you are going above what you say you need for the project. Okay? That was the NERC's role. You are going above what you intended to spend. So, WASCO's expenditure or the project cost was supposed to be in the vicinity of 55 million EC dollars. And so when the NERC recognized that they were etching close to that 55 million, the NERC said to them, we need to cap the project cost. However, based on your trends, and in order for us not to stymie the project because the NERC recognized, Mr. President, that the project is essential to the people of St. Lucia, the NERC decided to cap the project at 60.1%, making provision for inflation, making provision for increased costs and other things. The project was capped at 60.1%. At the closeout report from Golder, dated December 2021, Golder indicated that 84,700 cubic meters of silt was removed from the dam, when the capacity of silt that was intended to be removed was 1 million cubic meters. What does that constitute? 8% of the silt was removed. These are facts. These are in the very reports that are in the hands of the opposition senators. That's not hearsay.
Jesus.
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Vedi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just stand on a point of order. The member has suggested that 1 million cubic meters of silt was supposed to have been taken out of the dam. I'm hearing her say in one phase and in one go and in 1 year. The timeline of the project was 10 years. 10 years is the timeline to desilt the entire dam based on the estimates that we have received. So I think the member is giving the impression that all 1.5 cubic meters of silt had to be removed in one go. That is impossible.
Senator Jaya, please continue.
Mr. President, I didn't say 11111, but we know that the project has scope. And by Senator Fede's own admission, if the dam, its capacity is 800 million cubic meters, and there was 300 cubic meters of water available, who said so?
Gallons. You're going back and forth between cubic meters.
Anyway, there is no one, the project had a scope. The scope of the project was not met.
Senator Fede?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Mr. President.
Are you rising on a point of order, Senator Fede?
Yes, sir. It is misleading for the member to go back and forth between the measurement of water and silt. The silt is measured in cubic meters, and the water capacity or the storage capacity is measured in gallons. The two will not correlate and compute if we do the math that way.
Thank you. Senator Jha, please continue.
Mr. President, I am going back to cubic meters. The scope of the project was to remove 1 million cubic meters of silt. It did not, do not confuse me. Do not help me. I do not.
Please address the chair.
Mr. President, please advise Senator Fede that I do not need his assistance with his figures. I have all the figures before me. The scope of the project, the Caribbean Development Bank CDB loan agreement, the project of what is called the John Compton Dam desilting project had its scope, it did not say 10 years. It could impossibly say that that scope was for 10 years. There were funds allocated for the desilting of the dam. The project was broken up into 3 components. JCD1, which was the construction of the sediment disposal area, for which the funds would be financed directly from the dredging fee that consumers pay. The desilting would have been financed by the CDB loan. And within that loan, there was also provision for rainwater harvesting, there was provision for repairs to the spillway, there was provision for training of staff, project management, and other things. WASCO broke up and called so JCD2 would have been the dredging, and JCD3 would be the others, the spillway, rainwater harvesting, and the other things. Okay? It never said 10 years. And I challenge the opposition to show me where in which document it ever said that the desilting would take 10 years. So now, Mr. President, for them to say that this government did not continue the project has a finite date. It is finite. It has a finite time. The Water and Sewage Company celebrated during that time that they completed the project in February of 2021. Their project phases were JCD 1, 2, and 3, Mr. President, and they were completed in February 2021. At least phase 1 and 2, based on the Golder report, was completed in 2021. It didn't say phase. It could not have said phase, Mr. President, because a loan was taken for the complete project. If there is to be another project, then we can start talking. But the project was completed according to their report. And so, Mr. President, let's go back to the business of the day. The current administration under Honorable Philip J. Pierre is adding on to the redress or to addressing the water situation. We must go back to the dam because the opposition must admit that they did a poor job in what they did in the dam. And the audit report that was carried out, I will not refer to at this time, will deal with what was done in the dam. Okay? But going beyond the audit report, we are now going to address the raw water pipeline. Because, Mr. President, it would be like the former Governor General used to say, laver la main expiate. If we continue the dredging of the dam, and it has to go through the damaged pipeline from John Compton to Thebes, you will be wasting water.
Senator Preville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not really want to disturb your flow of thought. I just wanted clarity, Mr. President.
Are you yielding?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Leader of Government Business. You refer to the Golder report. I am thinking that there are perhaps 2 reports. There was the study done at the start to outline, and I think are you referring to the close-out report? So the close-out report is what said that the entire desilting was completed? It said the project was completed. And that is what's confusing me here now, because if the project was, as you've outlined, the desilting of the Roseau Dam, and that Golder report would surely be able to have determined whether there was a desilting. So that's why I have a little bit of gray, because if it said the project was completed, it would have meant that the desilting was completed. So that's why I have a little bit of, if you provide some clarity. Thank you very much.
Okay, I could read the portion for you, Mr. President, with your permission. The Golder report at page, let me go to, I can get the page for you. I think it's page 7. And like I said, the Golder report is dated December 2021. And remember, Golder is a consultant. So they were the ones who did the supervision of that project. Yes. It said, at page, it said at page, I was trying to highlight it, but I could find it and bring it back. So it says at page 7, the design of the dike is conventional for an earthfill embankment dam. The initially proposed construction contract included the following steps: construction of the starter dike using earthfill excavated from the borough area with the impoundment, dredging of the fine sediment around the Wasco's lower intake in the JCD reservoir and pumping the sediment, moving the dredge to the upstream end of the reservoir, dredging the coarse sediment and pumping it to paddocks, which are separate enclosed zones in the impoundment, and excavating the coarse sediment, which is mainly sand-sized particles. And it gives the whole history of it. So what they're saying is, what is instructive is that at December 2021, they reported that 84,700 cubic meters of silt was extracted. Yeah? So within the total project, they did the sediment disposal area, they did the dredging, but they did not remove the full amount of silt that was there. Okay, so that's the close-out report that is dated December 2021. It's in the report too. Okay? It's in the report. The report has 100 or 1,000. It has 2,282 pages. So if I have to make it a document of the House, we'll have to go and work at the printry. Right? But it says Design and Construction Summary Report, John Compton Dam, Starter Dike. Okay? So Mr. President, just in summary, just to close out, we're seeing that the government is engaging in the replacement of the raw water pipeline, and that is the pipeline that will take water from the John Compton Dam to the Thebes treatment plant. We're seeing that the government, the second loan is for the Thebes treatment plant itself, because like we said, there's aging infrastructure, and we need to ensure that the water that's coming from the dam is properly treated and distributed, and then they're dealing with the Passius water system. I agree with senators who indicated that we're missing an important component. I think it was the independent senator who spoke of the importance of storage. I personally believe that we need to start going into greater storage, because one of the main problems we have is storage of treated water. I am hearing a lot about desalination. I have my own views on desalination, but I also, based on studies that I carried out personally, recognize that St. Lucia's water situation does not relate to water availability. We have raw water, we have surface water. What we don't have is storage for treated water. And so the incentives and concessions that the government has made and the promotion of rainwater harvesting is one, I think, that we need to take a little more seriously. Even at an individual level, we need to expand our storage systems, and that's the reason that the government has provided water tanks at concessions and so on. And so we're recognizing the comprehensive approach to which this government is handling the water situation. And I have no doubt that in this term of office, that there will be greater attention to water and sewage as enunciated in the St. Lucia Labour Party's manifesto, as well as in the Prime Minister's budget address. So I look forward to the support of senators as it relates to the water situation, and trust that we will see St. Lucia in a better light. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $22,829,181 United States dollars, the loan, from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, to finance John Compton Dam Raw Water Pipeline Replacement Project, the 9th water project. Be it further resolved that A, the amount of the loan is from 1, the ordinary capital resources totaling $15,690,407 United States dollars, comprising of A, $10,690,407 United States dollars from the bank's equity and market resources, and B, $5 million United States dollars from the Agence Française de Développement. 2, the special fund reserve totaling $7,138,774 United States dollars, comprising of A, $5 million from the Special Development Fund, and B, $2,138,744 United States dollars from the Italian line of credit. B, the loan is repayable, 1, in the case of the ordinary capital resources and the Italian line of credit, in 17 years, and 2, in the case of the Special Development Fund, in 30 years. C, repayment must be in the following tranches. 1, in the case of the ordinary capital resources and the Agence Française de Développement, in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 5 years following the date of this loan agreement, or on such later date as the bank specifies in writing. 2, in the case of the Special Development Fund, in 120 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly payments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 5 years following the date of this loan agreement, or such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. And 3, in the case of the special fund resources, in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 9 years following the date of this loan agreement, or on such later due date as the bank specifies in writing. And D, a commitment fee is payable on the ordinary capital resources portion at a rate of 1% per annum and is payable quarterly from the 60th day after the date of the loan agreement. E, interest is payable quarterly at 1, a variable rate of 5.6% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resources portion. 2, the fixed rate of 0.75% per annum on a special development fund tranche. And 3, the fixed rate of 1.4% per annum on the Italian line of credit tranche. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow the sum of $4,233,750 United States dollars, the loan from the CARICOM Development Fund, to finance the rehabilitation and upgrade of the Thibbles water supply system. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 10 years, commencing from the end of the 2-year grace period. B, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal quarterly installments on the 30th day of March, the 30th day of June, the 30th day of September, and the 30th day of December. C, interest is payable at a fixed rate of 3% per annum. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to amend the loan agreement to borrow from the CARICOM Development Fund, the fund, an additional amount not exceeding the amount of $781,493 United States dollars for the purpose of providing financing to meet the additional costs of the Passias Community Water Supply Project. Be it further resolved that A, the original loan and the additional loan are repayable in 10 years, commencing from the first due date. B, the original loan and additional loan are repayable in 40 equal, approximately equal and consecutive quarterly payments. C, the loan payments commence on the 30th day of March, the 30th day of June, the 30th day of September, and the 30th day of December of each year after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the first disbursement, or such later date as the fund specifies in writing. And D, the interest is payable at a rate of 3% per annum on the amount of the original loan and the additional loan disbursed and outstanding. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg for the suspension of this House until 3:30.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this House be suspended until 3:30? Until 3:30. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of that opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The sitting is suspended until 3:30.
All right.
Nous venons au bout de la première session dans ce Sénat là pour aujourd'hui. Avec ceci, une session qui était bien intéressante. Avec le long, ça dit, puisque la dernière discussion, ça va pas de service en les casser, mais c'est peu de monter de scène. Mais au moins ça ça c'est semaine passée et puis quand il conséquent la partenaire de 10 mais chaque samedi là il y a ça c'est 17 là tout le séparé de la télévision de contribution à cette mais grâce à nous c'est façade d'opposition nous après ça veut dire après continuer
We, Michael, and as you said, we've come to the suspension of the Senate hearing. It's interesting to note that so far we can say there is really one motion that has been debated, although technically it's three motions dealing with water improvement, water expansion. The leader government is sought to consolidate the three motions, one dealing with the replacement of the John Content Dam, the second one dealing with the upgrade of the Fibus water supply system, and the third motion dealing with water improvement to do is the upgrade for the past year's community water supply project. So we saw a debate on all those three motions that we just consolidated into one. Of course, interesting discussion. As you said, there was some conditional support, if we could call it that, on the opposition side. They had issues, of course, with the amount that is being borrowed, and I think collectively it comes to about 28 million US dollars for the three projects approximately, and they had an issue with that. They also had an issue at the rate of some of the loans that would be in access, the rate at which those the monies was being borrowed. They also felt that it was too much money and that the government should have used the CIP monies. There was a lot of reference to that, Michael, and of course I think it was a suggestion which the government side took on really nicely. It was like a volley in their lap, and they used it to use some cricketing terms, and they said, well, this was the CIP that was heavily hammered by the opposition, and today they're singing the praises, if you wish, of what could be for the CIP, the uses, the important uses that the CIP money could go into. Yes, Michael?
Oui, Saudi, c'est exactement ça qui passait, mais ça nous devait observer, c'est tout, moi, c'est un seul monde aujourd'hui qui n'a pas fait contribution, c'est le sénateur pour moi, nous disons, c'est le sénateur George Goddard.
Yes, and he's coming in. It's interesting to know that he's coming in on the government side. He's not replacing anyone. Actually, there was a question because so on the government side there were 6 senators today, and there were 3. And at the beginning of the session, Senator Fede had inquired of the president, who is the independent senator Dale Lee, and he was sitting in for the president of the Senate, Alvina Reynolds, who is out on parliamentary business. And so he inquired, why is it that there were 6 people on the government side? And he explained, the deputy president explained that, you know, these orders had allows for 11 members, and even though a full complement. So even though there was the configuration was different in that he was the speaker and there was 6 senators on the government side, it was within the gambit of the standing orders.
Eh bien, nous avons dévié ici à 3h30 comme au total, avec Mukamado pour rester puis nous, J400, là nous avons dévié, mais pour les moments nous avons dévié en studio nous, c'est MTN.